But I should go over here. Hello, hello everyone. I hope you're all having a good evening. We're gonna hang out for just a bit, as always. Waiting for everyone to kind of get in, say hello. This dude, welcome. And Pigeon, welcome. We're gonna open off by talking about all the incredibly helpful things you put in the Discord, because it's super useful, I think. Definitely worth elaborating on before we get back in. Yeah, we appreciate it, because this just emphasizes the things that I thought I already knew, but there was some really weird stuff happening, thanks to some very late sources, and some nice corrections to things I got wrong, because I do that sometimes. Turns out, when I'm talking a mere, 800 miles and several centuries out of my time specialization, I'm not perfect. Who could have guessed? So, how y'all doing before we get there, though? It has been a very good week, but a very long week here. Like, hey, Rat. Obviously, God of War went brilliantly. But I am tired. Yo, Sophie quests, 2-month arenas. Can we get, and blues with the 16-month arenas. Can we get some emote spam, chat? We are going to have a marginalia moment, free of any channel points. So, let's do it. Get those emotes out in celebration. All of them. Anyone subbed has so many emotes right now. And let's fill this wall with a marginalia moment. Yeah, there it is. More! Give me more! There they are! Thank you for this marginalia moment. And thank you all so much for coming in. It is lovely. This is actually going to be our last one of Age of Empires 4, so I'm glad people are tuning in, because it is so great. And we got a lot to talk about, because I think we're finally at the point where I am able to say what I think needs to be done in order to make this game better. I think I have a good sense of what's going wrong, so we're just going to play through the end of it. We're going to have a great time doing it, and then we're going to have a little bit of a wrap-up discussion, because a whole lot of history was in these games, and not all of it was good. Turns out not all of it has been good history, but there's a really good foundation that I'll be really curious to see what happens with. So, first off, some corrections from last time, because I got some stuff wrong. Most importantly, and Raptoris, hello. Most importantly, is related to the political structure of the Rus polities. So, technically, in the earliest period, Kiev is going to be the most powerful one, but they're basically a bunch of small principalities. And 33 bits. Tiny cheers. Thank you, Raptoris. And then, in the 10th and 11th centuries, it looks like we are slowly expanding, with originally some of the farther south states along the Volga becoming more prominent, and Novgorod being actually a very late arrival to that in the later 11th and 12th century, as the Baltic trade routes become more closely integrated into both the Teutonic Orders and the Hanseatic League. But after the reign of Yaroslav the Wise, there's more fractioning, with who are all related to the Grand Prince of Kiev, but they often rotated. So then Kiev just falls off the map with the Mongol conquest, and then you have Novgorod, Vladimir, Sustol, Rostov, and then eventually Moscow being the sort of the primary states. So, all the rest of this though is corrections not of me, but of the video game, because the video game made some oopsies. So let's swap over to main, let's take a look at it, and some of its oopsies. As we look in these, big oopsie here. Okay, thank you, Parisian. Novgorod is most important in the north, but only on the north, the Baltic coast. Right. The majority of the Rus is, of course, between the Ural Mountains, the Caspian Sea, and the Volga River. So that's quite far off. So, but I think it's safe to say that in the mid-1300s, Novgorod is the dominant power of the Rus states. Thanks mostly to Hanseatic funding. Turns out there's a lot of money flowing through the Baltic, through the German traders. And Novgorod was able to cash in on those, and then leverage that quite nicely. Anyway, the big one here seems to be the Battle of Kalikovo. Because this, in this mission, last week we saw this huge fight, right? You got Saint Dimitri going against... what was his name? I don't know. I don't even remember. Mamai. That's who it was. And the giant defeat of the armies of the Golden Horde, crushing their power momentarily, until they, the next Khan of the Golden Horde is like, no, I don't think so, and then sacks Moscow. Thing is, this was a lovely case of Soviet historiography happening, because the main source for the battle is from the 17th century. And Soviet historians in the 1960s, 1970s were just like, oh yes, this is 100% factual. And took that and went, yes, look at how great Saint Dimitri is. Turns out, more recent studies in the post-Soviet era have suggested that maybe Kalikovo was not at all important. Because Dmitri, in the 17th century source, says things that should not be plausible. So, against Toktamish, the 17th century source basically says that Dmitri thought he won the battle against the whole horde, so he's told Toktamish that he wasn't scared of him. And Toktamish was like, you didn't beat the whole horde, you beat one dude. But they've been a vassal state to the Golden Horde for such a long time that it seems unlikely that Dmitri could have actually not known how strong the horde was. So this suggests it was more of a skirmish, perhaps. Furthermore, despite everyone's best efforts, no one's been able to find where the battle took place, which is not unsurprising, because battles are notoriously hard to locate, but at the same time, it's hard to talk about, oh yes, this is this ginormous battle in which there are like 100,000 people involved and discard the landscape, if you can't actually find any of the marks that left it in place. Evidently it happened, but there's room to doubt that it's actually as important as later historiography makes it, which makes the game being like, oh yes, this is the battle that matters, a bit of an oof. Just a wee bit. Anyway, the other note here, we actually need to head over to the tech tree for. Give me a tech tree. Thank you. The next one we're going to talk about is... oh, where are you? Give me a warrior monk. Parisian, I thank you for also searching for it, because I also looked into this in the off week, and I found literally nothing. I do not know where this warrior monk comes from. But in the Russian Google Scholar, there seems to be a lovely bit of propaganda. So there are those bloody Catholic crusaders who pillaged the Rus, killed everyone, so our brave Orthodox monks got weapons and punished them, protecting their fellow citizens. Stopped reading out finding a hilarious bit about, quote, stupid princes who wanted Euro integration, but luckily they didn't succeed in getting Russia into that Western foolishness. That's hysterical. I freaking love this Parisian because it's so illustrative. Right, the idea of there being a monastic warrior, right, there is no sacral lady military separation here, being a tool of opposing the Teutonic orders, and being a way of opposing your integration into Europe is just wild. It's just wild. See, this dude, I looked, I couldn't actually find anything that actually said warrior monks were looked at in askins by Orthodox Christians. Literally everything I found about quote-unquote warrior monks in the Rus was actually talking about the Teutonic orders, who are a holy order of warriors, and therefore are the most strictly true warrior monks, but they're the bad guys. Right, in the entirety of Rus sort of cultural memory, the Teutonic Knights are the bad guys for calling crusades on the Rus several times, for not totally obvious reasons, besides money. So, like, when all the scholarships that are talking about warrior monks are only talking about the Teutonic orders, really throws into doubt my estimation that those are a real thing of any substantial note historically. So I got nothing there. I might still be wrong on this because research is imperfect, so if you have other sources watching this live or the VOD, please do consider sending them my way so that we can learn together and we can get it right. Wild. Now, what do you say we properly swap into the game and see if their post-time skip world is any better? Because, last time there was this other weird thing that happened. We're jumping from 1382 to 1478. I wonder what's going to happen in this entire time span. I'm sure nothing important. But we are going to now suddenly be Moscow functionally independent, beating the shit out of Novgorod.
In the century following the Mongols' vengeful attack on Moscow, Dmitry Donskoy's son and grandson clung to the Rus throne. Amid old rivalries and fragile alliances, Dmitry's great-grandson Ivan III set out to consolidate Moscow's control over all the Rus.
Oh, fun.
But one independent republic would not yield to Moscow, the wealthy commercial center of Novgorod.
Hooray. Okay. Ivan III aspired to unify all the Russian territories under Moscow's control, but the independent Republic of Novgorod would not submit without a fight. Also, by the way, turns out our very English announcer is bad at pronouncing Russian names. This should surprise literally nobody, but it is worth pointing out.
In the bitter winter of 1478, Ivan III.
Oh yeah, so we
arrived at the
have
doorstep
truly
of the wealthy
skipped
Republic of Novgorod,
the entire
the last
consolidation
remaining independent
of the
Rus
Rus.
province. With his army of allied Rus forces, Ivan would not stop until Novgorod belonged
Also
to
a separation
Muscovy.
to be of suddenly...
First, he had to take the outlying towns of Kuklino and Soltsi, which were guarded by resistance fighters.
Okay. Control 2. Control 1. 2, shift U, control 2. Okay. 2, 3, and 1. Attack move. And there we go. Problem solving. Interesting. So what Ivan is good at
swept
is...
aside the resistance at Kuklino and could now use the village to reinforce his army.
Okay, what do we have? We got a stable, we got a barracks, we got that. We do have a sacred site. Head over this way. I've got 6 people working on food, 4 people working on that. That's good. Okay. I did need to start making gold production. So these 2 are going to go try to head over here, find a place where I can... making another one of these, actually. Hooray. And then you gotta make gold bounties, so that makes sense. 1, 2, 3 of them. We'll go, actually. Upgrade. 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 Hey, that's actually a really good spot. Look at that. Yeah, I'm noticing Lithuania kind of doesn't exist here. That's really funky. Don't know what to make of that. And now we're gonna start hunting things, and then that'll get us some gold bounties. Oh, well that was not... that wasn't quite what I wanted, but that's alright. Okay. So there's that, there's that. Sacred sites, things, stuff. Hello? Cool. I need to remember to do this, because it is kind of very important. There's 55 there. Oh good, wolves. Goodbye wolves. We're gonna wreck you. Hooray! I want to see how these guys are doing. Probably badly, so let's send a... Alright. They're doing actually quite well. I'm surprised. Surprising. Okay. Well, that's alright. Cool. Force Archer, neat. Couple more of those wouldn't go amiss. 1, 2. Hooray. Hooray. Okay. Let's build like 3 of those, 4 of those over here. Then we can sack the other city. Okay. Hello, Born Again Geek. Good to see you. And yeah. It does seem that way, doesn't it? This dude where Russia, the Muscovite principalities are being kept notably and quietly distinct from the Ukraine. But there's a long part of like erasure of that. So that's a great case of no stance is still a stance. And I don't love that stance. Oh jeez, I'm getting so much. Okay. Now. Lumber camp. Down here. Drop that off, thank you. Okay. Now that should be enough everyone's. Guess these guys will be their own thing. This whole squad is going to be stacked 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Awesome. 2, 3, 4. Okay, they do have walls here. That's a small problem. It's okay, it's a middling problem actually, but well, at least bust their gold mine down. Do I have gold? Do I have the ability to make these yet? Yes, I do. Perfect. Oh, hey, look at that stone deposit. Jeez, that's huge. Come on out. I dare you. No? Shame. They could have done so much more. I agree, Parisian. Right. It is super weird, isn't it, that they're framing... I need to look up, exactly who still is running around, after the 1480s, but... certainly Novgorod is the most substantial one, and I'm hard-pressed to say that there's a whole lot of, I guess... Rus presence... Right, there's not huge organized rival statelets, around the Rus after Novgorod, but there still are cities that are like functionally sort of independent. It's definitely weird that they are not like, highlighting those.
Тихо, не празднуйте.
Ожидайте ванную.
Oh, great. We also have the ability to make a thing.
Дайте мне работу.
Mining camp goes right there.
Начинаю строить и сейчас.
Come on, just like bust this thing down. You're fine.
Время действовать. Заслужите рад.
Come on, I believe. I believe. Jesus, there are so many of them. They're all bad, but there's so many of them. Hooray! And we got it. Perfect.
Ivan's forces captured the second town and laid a plan to secure Novgorod for Moscow.
Дайте мне
In
работу.
order to take the wealthy capital, Ivan's army would have to defeat the Novgorod people's militia.
Люди, приуготовляйтесь и наказы слушайте.
Okay.
Civilians had taken up arms to defend their lands against the Muscovite invasion,
Oh.
but
Oh
they
no.
were untrained and ill-equipped for
no.
pitched battle. If Ivan could sustain his professional army, the people's militia of Novgorod would pose little threat.
Born Again Geek. Question, if you can make your utopia by combining any political system, any country region with any historical period, what would it look like? No, it wouldn't. Because nowhere has come close to a utopia.
As Ivan prepared his army for the battle ahead, he was struck by an attack from the people's militia base to the northeast.
Right? No one has actually come up with a utopian arrangement yet. And I don't think we should pretend that we suddenly have. Because, oh boy. We are nowhere close. And nothing we've managed yet actually... like...
Начинаю строить и сейчас. Приготовляйтесь атаковать. Огонь наши есть! Отправляйте разумно!
Nothing actually looks like it, because every culture had big problems. And every culture has... every time period has a lot of things that suck. And... generally speaking, it's just like not...
Сие построю скоро.
not really the existence... Modernity's bad, everywhere else was probably worse. And every culture has had big problems of othering, inequalities, and things that you generally don't want in a society that claims to be utopia. Actually, let's delete this one. And siege technologies.
Орудия готовы. Орудия все.
Do I have a siege workshop in here? Also, Wolfie, super interesting question. Do I recommend this over Age of Empires 2? And like, that's ridiculously interesting, because I think the answer is no. Right?
Люди, к людям! Не празднуйте!
I'm not entirely sure.
Возведите
because we'll talk about this more near the end of the stream, but there's some places where this is an obvious and enormous upgrade over Age of Empires 2. There's also some places where this is just as obvious and just as enormous of a downgrade. And that's definitely interesting. I don't necessarily know what to make of it. Is there not a university in here? There's not a university in here. Okay. Everyone, university. We're going to school. Okay, let's actually get our barracks up. Where is it? Where are our barracks? I've got one down here that's not doing anything. And then we just need to build stuff. What's something cheap? You're cheap. That's an archery range. That's helpful. These guys are super cheap. And I don't... There's a barracks. Okay. So with this lot, we should have plenty of people. We've got 2 things there already. Can't afford any of these. Also, I need to grab Ivan here, don't I? Because where is... Well... Ivan the Third, get over here.
Ожидаю наказа присла.
Куда стрелу вонзите на...
Go stand here and do the thing. Good lord. Holy good... Wait, what? Wait, what? Huh?
Тихо! Повинуемся наказу!
Huh?
Надобно есть, отходите от цели! Приказы, если наказ будет, напрежь купрасы! Напрежь, стойте, купра!
Did you all just see that?
Часо накажете.
Слушайте все, сейчас наказы будут.
Блюду, аще пастров.
Готов есмь к делу новому? Ору землю.
Будет для меня приказ. Ору землю, готова служить. Люблю трудить и наказывайте, сделаю все.
Куда нам задники пристегнут, куда велено лезть? Кони едят победу, куда велено лезть?
Okay. Well then. That was fascinating. Okay, I do really want... I need a market. Where's like my 5 people here? Market... Oh. Oh. Well, alright. Be that way. I'll just, like, build another hunting camp out in the woods or something. Or I'll have all these... I'll have literally everyone here. Perfect. Literally all these people don't mind this, because there's plenty of my stuff in there, I guess. Okay, now, organization.
Готовы мы, наказы новые суть. Повинуюсь с честью. Братья, честь в повиновении есть. Готовы смыть.
Внемлите! Слушайте на...
Войны восстания.
Control 2.
Исполню сие немедля.
And then all of my archers
Сия суть
are group 3.
всем деля.
Тихо! Наказом внемлить!
Исполняю наказ.
Okay. And then my 2 battering rams, wherever they are group 4.
Готовы к брани. Наказ всем. Прекратить. Укажите. Наказ ясен есть. Двигаем орудие.
Yeah. So, that's an interesting question.
Емлите войн, винуюся
Right, well, see, you mentioned that they have a hard time becoming cinematic, which I agree with,
получим
but then I would also point out that at the exact same time,
наказ дан.
they did just say,
Наказан обрежь, мыслите о части.
that...
Наказы новые,
Oh,
буду радовать
that has walls.
чудесно. На припой отдохновение благо на востоке.
Alright, so 2 load into 4.
Наказ новый. Воинин, приказы новые будут скоро.
Perfect. Attack.
Емлите обрежь. Приказы новые. Идите по мне, воины хоробрые.
This should be fine. Right, it's interesting given that they're trying so hard to be documentary in their stylings. Oh, well, that went poorly. But we nailed it. I would like to point out that we are extremely good at video games. We did just make it.
Получим на бойне. Наказ направь тебя на брата. Ожидаю наказа прислав.
So, right. The comment there, sorry, I got distracted by the fighting. RTS is quite a niche genre. It's difficult to make cinematic in the way that AAA game companies want to market their games, compared to more personal genres. As to whether this might make a boost of things. And that is super interesting to me because I think it's correct, right? It is a niche genre in a meaningful way. But also, this game has tried very hard to be cinematic anyway. And in the successes and or failures of that, might be super interesting. To explore that further, because there is definitely... Honestly, why are the warrior monks the ones who always run in first? Come on, finish these, please. 1, 2. All 3 of these will attack. 2, 1. Fortunately, taking a bunch of damage here. Oh, well then. You have so many people.
Novgorod's natural gold deposits had been exhausted. But Ivan's forces could earn gold by setting up hunting cabins in the surrounding woods.
Строите надобно.
Well, that's a little bit unlucky. Huh. Let's grab some of you.
Слушайте все.
Not all of you, just some of you.
Слушайте все. Новые наказы.
I want a keep right here to troll the bad guys.
Строите надобно.
Come on. Honestly, 2. Build me another one there. Build me another one. Build me another one there. Build me another one there. Build me a fourth one there.
Пустите меня набрать.
Build me a fifth one there.
Строительство начинаю я.
You go stand over here.
Наказ ваш исполнен.
Okay. The other question, right, that we got had been a question about, right, if there was a Rosetta Stone, if we could get a Rosetta Stone for any artifact or some sort of, right, lost text or artifact, what would we want answered? Right, obviously, I do medieval Norse, so I'd obviously want to do something with that, but I would love, basically it would be almost any long-form primary text, is what we're looking at here. That's just the level of things we don't know. That literally any primary text of any length written by people in the Viking Age would be a huge improvement over what we currently have. And that's not exactly encouraging news, I will say. That's kind of where we're at. Also, you know what my problem is? I need 2 of those over here. I'd be totally okay once I get those in. You know? In the meantime, we'll send like 5...
Есть сон, есть отдохновение.
Let's build another barracks right here.
Блюду, аще построен.
Let's build another stable right here. And then you're working on a cannon emplacement, but you can't build a cannon. Okay. Okay. What's our production here on the cannon? It's working on it. They're just slow. Do we have a speed on these? No. Just slow researching. Okay. Well, that's alright. Castles. And then what's a completely different question? What's my opinion on Hema? It's fine. But my opinion on Hema is that it's totally fine. It's not... Right? It is people enjoying their time with the past using a reasonably well-researched construction of it. There is literally nothing wrong with it on that front. Right, I am not bothered by it by any means. Hello? Great, that'll be enough. All these guys need to back up. Everyone here needs to back up. Everyone needs to back up or they die. Honestly. Let's...
Честь в повиновении есть. Тихо. Значит...
Come on. Come on, one attack move in. Clear. There we go. All these guys move up. The cannon move up. These guys move back. One attack in. Kill all these guys real quick. Now get out of here. I have one backup. Honestly. Now I grab Ivan. I grab Ivan over here. I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. While we're at it, also, research that. Research that. Go over here. Perfect. Nailed it. Another random question while we're at it. Born Again Geek, given how far trade routes stretch, is there a reason why primary sources are so scarce, or is it just annoyingly mysterious? I assume that's related to my previous question, or my previous thought. The answer there is basically that even though trade routes were really long, it was not a culture that was based on that was actually based on using writing for trade routes. Right, they traded by going to a place and talking to people and trading. So it's just like, it's not a culture that did that, so it doesn't really end up like... Oh no. Right, it's not a culture that actually uses writing for most of its trade work, and therefore it doesn't trade. It just, they don't have writing. They just did trade, and that was okay. That was enough. In fact, that was everything. No, 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 no. Okay, now, 2. Go in. 1. Attack these guys. 1, attack these guys. 3, attack move up. 2, attack these. Perfect. The militia base is the most important bit here, so we'll just kind of mob it. We can't put everything in there. Nay, 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 nay. There we go. Where's the cannon? Did I lose my cannon? No. People are just bad. Okay, we did it. Two. I guess these guys can attack a wall? Hooray. Well then, that was exciting. I'm sorry, Chad, I lost track of you completely there.
Although outnumbered, the Muscovite army overcame
we just did the
the
class
vast
violence.
Mongols' militia. Now Ivan's army would march on the power center of the Republic, the capital city of Novgorod.
We absolutely just did a class violence there. Aren't you proud of us?
Оружие! Оружейники слушают! Исполняя!
And of course these cannons are just gonna like do stuff. Okay. We got a lot of stuff that needs to happen here. And that includes building... Anyone who's not upgraded yet needs to get upgraded. You know, like all these incendiary arrows. Reload the time of mangonels. But I already have that down to instant, so crossbows. That. Let's get ourselves... Well, there's one mangonel at least. What's next? What's next is all of those, and what's next is all of these. And got a couple people doing nothing here, so they're actually going to go up. They're going to build me another siege engine workshop inside here.
А все построено будет исправно.
So all of you finished, so you are also going to go up here. Ouch, crap. I didn't even notice that there was another squad here. Honestly, bust through this wall, please. At least they're all very dumb. But if I'm through that wall, then I'll be able to do some stuff. I want to build a monastery up there, do some stuff. Yeah. Oh, Wolfie. Another super interesting question. When and how did people first learn different languages? The how is almost... actually, both of those questions are almost completely unknowable. Just by the virtue of... it was so unbelievably long ago that there's no clear answer. Right. Because, realistically, the first time people would have learned different languages is somewhere in the order of 50 to 100,000 years ago. The first time that there were people who, like, whenever the first time there were people who spoke different languages that came into contact. The how is slightly better known, just by virtue of, we can assume later processes probably apply to the earlier period. Hopefully. We can hopefully assume that. Cool, so there's that. Let's actually grab ourselves another traction. Maybe we grab ourselves a couple of traction trebuchets. They're relatively cheap.
Копейщики, будьте хоров. Надо
Bunch of these folks.
копейщики. Готовились мы. Ждем наказы.
A bunch of these folks.
Внимание, ваши есть
So? There are so many of them.
Наказ ясен есть. Двигаем
All the time. Honestly.
Латники готовы к ранесу. Латники слушают наказ.
Monastery, I want two of you. Because these guys all need healing, so we back up there. Then
Слушайте все.
these are done, so we actually want to make an... We have an archery range there, we want to make another barracks up here.
Строите надобно.
And then we'll make another stable up here. And then these guys are going to work on muskets. They're cheap. Even just like 5 of them would do huge work. Then we select Ivan here. He just stands in between everybody.
Довольны?
Ожидаю наказа присла.
As soon as these are done, we go 1, 2, 3.
Всем дело свое.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Пустите меня.
And give me a... I can't afford any of those. Fine. Give me an everybody. God, this is annoying. Anyway, right, the how of language acquisition rather than the when. Since I am gone thoroughly distracted here, the how is in a few different mechanisms. The first one is probably what's known as Pigeon Formation. In that, you take two groups of people that need to speak a common language for some reason, and they will learn to speak a common language. It doesn't really matter whether that is there we are. All of these guys. All these guys, and then that's 2. Is Ivan part of 2? Ivan is not currently part of 2. Okay. We're doing good. We're doing good. Right, so there are some really hysterical, like, genuinely very funny Creoles, and pigeons that get formed. I guess I can make those 4, and I'll make all the ranged ones 5? I really wish I had another manga now, but it's going to be slow to build that. It's going to be very slow to build that, and also not worth. So, let's instead grab these guys as Control 6. And let's start moving up. So, pigeons can be very funny. My favorite is, of course, Basque Icelandic, because it is the meme. It is the chief meme of what is already very many memes. Alright, sure, burn the house down. With the lemons. But basically any time you have 2 languages that come into contact, you're going to at least briefly get those languages to actually... What? Hello? The 2 traction trebuchets can attack the wall alongside the cannon, I guess. Meanwhile, Group 6 is going to drop a keep right here. Voila. So, as we're busting this up, I don't remember exactly what the difference is between Creoles and Pigeons. Basically, the point is they're both... When you smash 2 languages together, you'll take vocab from each one and create a sort of hybrid grammatical structure that'll actually set those up. And so 2 languages that are actually radically different can be set up in such a way that they actually end up being mutually intelligible. It's a super cool phenomenon. Big fan of it. I am just always amused that they end up being kind of a big meme. In a good way. Right. Alright, well we are in, so we better go all the way in.
The Muscovite army destroyed the outer wall and entered the city. In the heart of the capital stood Novgorod's gleaming symbol of independence, the Vechi Bell. Ivan would tear it to the ground.
Oh boy. Basically, these guys, perfect. 1, 2, 3. Everyone will attack that, everyone will attack that. We'll clear out this whole space. And then we'll go. Great, that went one of my muskets. Hello? Okay, other thing I need to do here, muskets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. I got the cash for it. I'm gonna splurge. Splurge on the good units. Exactly, Leander. I think Denglish does technically count as a sort of mild something or other. I don't know. I don't know for sure though. I haven't actually done linguistics in ages, which is hilarious. But that's probably the way it initially works, and then that results in linguistic borrowing, and then also by just pointing things out to each other, you eventually learn the words and rules for a language. Right? Immersion processes are the only way that a language would have actually been learned in the past. So, that's fine. Wolfie, I only speak fluently English. I have slight understanding, I can read French, Spanish, basically, French, Spanish, Italian, thanks to many years of Latin. And then, the same vein, I can get slowly, pretty good at reading Old Norse, pretty good at reading Old English, and very good at reading Middle English, and then from there, can sort of muddle through a little bit of Danish, Norwegian, Icelandic. Very little bits of those. And then I've messed around, kind of professional dabbler, in very many other languages. So, Chinese, Arabic, one semester of Navajo that I remember none of, etc. So, the answer is I can mess around with a lot of things, but I am actually fluent in not very many languages. Oh, bye. We'll send them in a suicide mission. We'll have these guys make a wall. 3 plus these 2. Still 3. Line up there. Okay, 5. Five. Hello? Group 5. Group 5? What would it take? Honestly, half this fight is just making me getting me to not walk into range. Honestly, the hardest part of this whole thing. Oh well. You are on fire, you're about to break. Come on, one more rock, I believe. There we go. We'll let these guys die, that's fine. The wall's going down here, so that's also fine. As is this gate. Boom. And off we go. Born Again Geek. I think in English. I think like English is so far my dominant language, right? I'm not anywhere near multi-fluent. And I know of people who have started dreaming in other languages. But yeah, I absolutely have not, do not myself do that. So, 5 attack over here. Perfect. 3 attack move. 1 push through here. And we're gonna win this. But yeah, everything in my head goes in and out of English, so I should get better at languages. I've got a lot of languages I am in the process of dabbling in, learning, etc. Czech, more Danish, more Norwegian. Basically everything, but
As the fires of
I
Moscow's
can't,
wrath
I'm not
burned
there
across
yet.
the
I'm
snow-laden
not even
city,
close to there yet. So,
last
I am
remnants
not
of the
necessarily the
Great
person to
Republic
ask about
fell to
multilingual
ruin.
experiences. But if anyone else in chat
Ivan
has other
III's vision
experiences,
of
do share them,
gathering
because
all
they are cool.
power to Moscow was almost complete.
But yeah, nice wide-ranging conversation there. Not that I said things terribly well, but I did, we did say a lot. Let's see what else we see here. Marfa, oh hey look, another, hey chat, we haven't seen this problem in a hot second. Hey, my name is you, welcome. We haven't seen this problem in actually any, since the Angevin campaign, really. As Novgorod withstood a decade of attempts to bring it under Muscovite control, it was Marfa, the widow of Novgorod's mayor, who was elevated as the charismatic leader of the Republic, standing in defiance to the rule of the all-powerful tyrant of Moscow, Ivan III. Meanwhile, the Russian Orthodox Church feared the spread of Catholicism into Muscovy, and so balked at Novgorod's friendly dealings with Western lords. The Church needed a real-world demon on which to blame this devilry. Marfa, being a wealthy and powerful woman, became their target. After Novgorod finally fell to Moscow, Marfa was exiled, her lands confiscated, and she faded from the historical record. Little is known about the real Marfa, but her twin legends live on in folklore. So, we haven't seen this problem in a hot second, chat. This game has a little bit of an issue wherein it kind of forgets to put, like, military leaders who are women as playable units on the... They didn't do it with Nikola, Sheriff of Lincoln, and they didn't do it with Eleanor of Aquitaine, and they didn't do it here, and they didn't do it with some... I guess they didn't do it with some of the Mongol ones that they could have. So, that's not great. Also, this is an oversimplistic way of describing the way that churches interact with ideas of demons. In that they would have accused her of being a heretic, who consorted with demons, but she wasn't actually a demon herself. Right? And that's an important distinction, because in both Catholic doctrine and Orthodox, people could not be demons. They could be possessed by demons, they could be influenced by demons, they could collaborate with demons, they could not be demons. And so this is just a poorly phrased analogy that ends up actually actively contradicting the languages that would have been used to justify exile or accusations of demonic collaboration. Also, status fact, status fact, status fact, status fact, twin legends. This is another interesting thing. This is the thing they've not been doing to this point, but it's weird that they're mentioning it now. So, documentary style has a problem. And this sums it up beautifully. You are presenting things as fact. Objectively, this is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened. And then at the end, you say that this is all just folklore. We don't actually know anything about her. These are two very late legends about her. See, a historian structures this the opposite way. We say, we don't have a lot, but what we do have is XYZ sources composed in this period with these limitations. According to these sources, this is what the story is, and now here's what conclusions we draw from it. So they've put the important part, the most important part of the sentence here, or of the paragraph, in the wrong spot. They put it at the bottom instead of at the top. And that ends up saying that this is all credible and historical fact, when it's just folklore. Just. That's not saying it's not historically plausible, or that Marfa could not have been powerful or sold out by the church, or that it would be at all considered weird or unusual for a wealthy elite woman to wield enormous political power in Novgorod, or indeed anywhere in Europe. Both of those things are totally plausible, and well attested in figures both folkloric and that we have pretty good accounts that we think are pretty historical. It is truly just a critique of the formatting of the way they're writing things. So, having now thoroughly distracted myself from chat and not been all that coherent, let's move
While
on.
Ivan III consolidated Moscow's power, the Golden Horde was succumbing to discord. Seizing on this weakness, Ivan withheld tribute, equipped his men with firearms, and marched to meet the army of the Khan.
Oh boy.
On the banks of the Ugra River, the Rus stood defiant, prepared to contest over 200 years of Mongol dominance.
And Born Again Geek, speaking of analogy, not every language translates directly. How hard is it to decipher content or meaning from ancient text? Meaning, sometimes, the answer to both of those is sometimes incredibly difficult, borderline impossible. Sometimes it's easy, but for the literal meaning, like there's not a lot of debate as to what is literally being said. And then there's a ton of debate over what it means. Other times, we're more like, we don't actually know how this fits together. And there's actually a reason for that, and that is that, just as today, sometimes people suck at writing. There's a couple times where the solution has been, what if this is just really badly written? And then it works, because they were just not good at writing. I know a couple of Saints lives where that's the thing. Yo! Wolfie, with the 5 Tier 1 gifty subs. Let's get some marginally in the chat to celebrate. Also chat, this is another great time to remind you to spend channel points on that community challenge, because trust me, it'll be worth it. It'll be very worth it. But those subs are super, super hype and super appreciated. Also a great time while we are in between things to mention that if you are not yet, consider joining the Discord server for Ludo History, where you can hang out with me, and talk about other stuff, and I may spoil some future plans there. It's also the place I more reliably upload the schedule, so if you're confused as to like what's coming up, it's more likely to be there than it is to be anywhere else. Ha! Freaking geek. Too late. You may have a present historian trying to figure out your tweets. Because there are, in fact, archival projects that rely on tweets. There's a couple projects I'm doing that use tweets as evidence. So, like, there's no guarantees you're not going to have a present historian working with it, not just an ancient one. Anyway. On to the next leg.
The shadow of Mongol rule had darkened the Rus lands for more than 2 centuries.
You love that exotic
Now,
or
Ivan III
the
stood
Oriental
on the banks
darkness.
of the Ugra River, ready to cast off the
Oh.
shackles of the Golden Horde.
Hold up a
But
moment.
if he failed, Moscow itself could fall.
Hold up a moment. Raptorus, they actually abandoned that project in, I think, 2019 because Twitter got too large. So yeah, they started archiving all the tweets in the Library of Congress, and then they stopped doing that. So the documentary lady just made a big ol' oof. Two factors. One, they called it Shadow, the shadow of the Mongols, and then they called it the shackles of the Golden Horde. In other words, they're using language of darkness and enslavement to describe the Mongols. This is what we call Orientalism. And we have a meme for that, and it's called Edward Said, do you see this shit? Because, yeah, that's an oof. You don't do that. Do not do that. Because, right, the idea of a darkness that is then resisted, the darkness in question almost always comes out of the East, right? It is a form of exoticizing and dehumanizing the people from being a group of people with their own culture, their own politics, their own diversities, and their own brightnesses into a shapeless mass that can be resisted indiscriminately. And then two, shackles, the language of enslavement, basically goes, this is an unmitigated bad. Not, Ivan is super ambitious and allegiance to the Horde is a tool or is no longer serving his ambitions of becoming Tsar of all of Muscovy. And so this is bad. This is some quality Soviet historiography at work. Like, high-quality Soviet historiography seeping through. And we don't stand. We do not stand. I really should just get a button. I've got a stream deck here. I should make one of my buttons just a pop-up of, do you see this shit, Edward Said? I feel like I'm gonna need it. Chat, what are your thoughts? Should I make one of these buttons? I mean, I need to put a bunch of animations on here eventually, but I feel like that would be a good one. Yeah, Parisian, that is funny in that it's just gets kind of displaced farther and over. Or it's AC's bonk Orientalism. I mean, this is also an AC Esquire special, Raptorus. It's the Spider-Man meme. So, great. We're gonna do that before next week, because, next week is the start of LEGO Indiana Jones. So I feel like we're gonna need to see the shit Edward Said more than once, even in a LEGO game. Anyway, enough rant. Let us go. Prepare for the Mongols. Alright. So we've got a fort here. Well, everyone here, actually. Everyone here. Go down here.
Куда
Shit.
направляться?
Why do I have so many people doing so little?
Начинаю строить.
Трудитесь надобно. Я построю сие.
Okay. How many resources do I have? I don't have a lot of resources right now. Actually. Crap? No. Alright. So I need everyone there. 1, 2, 3.
Построено крепко есть.
And as soon as you two are done,
Слушайте все.
you two are done, so you're gonna hunt boar. I need to get that bounty up too, because that's important.
Нога.
Oh god. I forgot that boars are scary. Oh god. Everyone go. Everyone go. God, none of them are even slightly hurting it. Okay, everyone run away. Everyone run away. Everyone run away.
Приготовляйтесь. Храбрейший, приготовляйте пищаль на Что накажете?
Okay, where's this boar? I just saw him. Where did he go?
Пищальники, спешите.
Wait, actually, serious question. Where did the boar go? Fine, there's 2 boars over there. They'll work.
Слушайте надобно. Трудитесь надобно.
Слушайте, идем. Надо бы найти.
Идите, туда уже направляюсь.
Что накажете? Трудитесь надобно.
Слушайте все. В лесу
There's the boar. Okay. Ivan's gonna stand with these guys. Oh wait, actually, Ivan's here. I need so much more food. Holy moly.
Слушайте все. Сейчас начну делать их. Люди, приготовьтесь.
Okay, there's 145 there, so that's good. That's good. Guess work on these.
Начну делать их.
Gold gathering rate up. These guys go back here.
Подайте поручение мне.
Okay. I don't have... What am I missing? I don't have enough food for anything. Okay, that's bad.
Люди, приуготовляйтесь и наказы слушайте.
Where's our mill? Oh, right. It's just a hunting cabin. Well, alright. We will go here.
Начинаю строить и сейчас.
And then they will make things. And then we need to go... 2 more villagers, because I need so many more villagers right now.
Слушайте все.
You know,
Все идем.
actually... I need just like a farm here.
Я построю сие.
I need food more than I need anything else.
Дайте мне работу.
So, everyone here is just gonna like
Воздух добрый.
build farms.
Труд тяжек есть. Готовы есть, потрудитесь.
Build farms,
Трудитесь надобно.
build
Я
farm.
построю скоро.
Okay. We got a bit of time here, but not a lot yet. I do need another,
Крепко есть. Потрудихся изрядно.
go work on this, I guess.
Куда направляйте мне работу? Что накажете?
And then another farm.
Сие построю
Okay.
скоро.
Now, mangonel goes there. With everyone here, we're now able to build a lot more, just like spears. Spears would be just really all I need. Get all of those there. And then this bridge is intact. Well, that's terrifying. I hate that. Okay.
Часов хотите? Да будут кровь и брань.
Finish that production, finish that production. I get the feeling they don't think my guys are very good. Where are we at on stone? Okay, well, actually, we have a good amount of stone. Well, that's actually enormous, because that lets me... That lets me build up here.
Наказ слушайте.
3 you're gonna stand in here. Perfect.
Приступаю, куда велено ехать.
And then I have 3 of you stand in here. Perfect. We'll upgrade you, because that's important. And then off we go. Perfect. And now we're getting contributions to the voice acting challenge again. Sisostris, welcome. You guys have so many channel points. Make sure you stop by and are actually handing those in, because it is 500,000 is ambitious if we want to make that. So, and you do want to make that because it will be worth it. Let's see. We'll put all those up here too. We are really going all in on the infantry at the moment. But produce faster, and then also get this. Perfect, that's that, and then melee. We can go melee damage there, and then 1, 2. Well, I should go over here. Okay, that makes that fort pretty strong. That makes that fort pretty strong. Then what do I need? I want to grab 2 of people here and drop a keep. Ideally, we drop a keep in both places, but barring that, we're just going to drop a keep here. Got a lot of people working on food, so that's good. Don't have a monastery over here. Honestly, this is the first truly scary one. Right? This is the first time I felt like I don't have enough time to get set up, which is great. Yes, Sisostris, there is so much new, fancy new voice acting. Fancy new community points, fancy new challenges, fancy new fancy things. Oh boy, that's so many of you. Firearms are good. The trick is, I need people that are actually going to defend these. Okay, there's 3 there. There's only a minute left to the Mongols arriving. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, and 3. And let's grab 2 man-at-arms. 1 goes there, 1 goes there. Perfect. Great. And then these guys are basically done, so they need to start building houses out here. And an anonymous gifty for Sisostris. Big hype for that. Perfect. We are as ready as we can get, I guess.
With eyes on the river crossings, reports quickly arrived of a Mongol detachment probing across the divide.
Okay. Well, here we go. There's a squad coming up this way. Stand ground. And that is good. That is real good. Cool. These folks here then are actually going to... I need
The
1,000.
Mongols had allied with the Lithuanian king, who had promised to send great numbers to assist the Khan at Ugra. As the horde waited, they would continue to probe the Rus encampment.
Okay. We're building up a thing there. We've got more units here, so that will help. Stand ground, line, and stand ground, and these guys. Perfect. Okay. We need to be building more things here with Ivan. We can look at... And then let's get some crossbows in up.
The Rus
Here.
repelled the initial attacks, and the Mongols fell back to their side
Then
of
1,
the
2,
river.
3.
To hold the Ugra, Ivan would need to maintain a strong show of force at the river crossings. If he showed the slightest weakness,
Okay,
the horde
now,
would seize on
what do
it
I need
and
here?
swarm across the river, then on towards Moscow.
1600 food, 1200 gold.
Люди, трудитесь и приуготовляйтесь.
Alright, well. First things first, I need a second... I actually need a second one there. Perfect. Exactly. Yep. Pigeon, you actually did just beat them to it, didn't you? Where they did ally with the King of Poland, Lithuania, but he never shows up. Kind of a problem, at least. It's a problem if you think that's, like, agreeing with alliances is helpful, or any of that stuff. Then, these three here. Let's build a monastery next.
Начинаю строить и сейчас.
Люди,
Let's build... We've got a blacksmith, don't we? We've got a blacksmith and an arsenal. So I'm not worried about that.
Подайте поручение мне.
Just get a secondary archery range, I think.
Я построю сие. Готово, есмь, потрудитесь.
See if we can get this up a bit more, because I do need 200 for that.
Повинуйся нам.
Nay, nay, nay.
Построено есть. Радость.
Сделано будет.
And then build another house up here.
Я построю сие.
Perfect. One. If I can get 2 over here, that's pretty big. Go back to our gold mining.
Потрудился изрядно.
Awesome. We're doing so good.
Подай не набрать. Идем. Я держу под...
Ожидайте наказа, наказом следует.
While the Mongols awaited their Lithuanian allies, they continued to send raiding parties across the river, hoping to weaken Ivan's forces.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Камнемет. Двигаем орудие.
Can I attack mode? Hello?
Я держу позицию. Задницы, следую наказам. Ой, не готово. Впереди бунт многотруден есть.
Come on, get in range. Go get in range.
Задницы готовы.
I believe. Just kill this guy. Come on. Kill the manga. Kill the Mangadai. Kill the Mangadai. Back up. Okay. Now, Monastery has the 2 sent over there. And then it's gonna send 1, 2 over here. So I've got healing. Same vein, we need actually 1, 2, 3 sent over here. And maybe we'll send, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4 over here. Grab one of these and W. Let's build another mining camp out here.
Начинаю строить и сейчас.
Is there another boar there? Frustrating. How are we doing people quantity-wise?
Что накажете?
Oh jeez, these guys are all out of gold. So we also need another mining camp right here.
Я построю сие.
Что накажете?
Build me another house right next to
Я
it.
построю сие.
Thank you. And there's another attack incoming. Perfect.
Вещать готово, ерещатники. Спешите. Ни на шаг.
Люди, приготовившись.
Honestly, kill this wolf.
Наступайте, люди! Бейте ворога!
I wish there was a way to automate this hunting. That's the part I most wish. No, I need you to come out this way. I need you to come over this way. There we go.
Люди, приуготовляйтесь на... Готовы есть.
And then you are going to build another house right here.
Сие построю скоро.
You're actually going to build me a new timber camp right in here.
Начинаю строить и сейчас.
So I can get faster builds, and then we're good. Then we're good. I'm going to sell a bunch of wood here, I think, to try and get up to that. Then give me you, landmark, Svelskaya or the High Armory?
Построить.
I'm tempted in this one to say I want the Svelskaya Tower.
Начинаю строить и сейчас.
I can get 1, 2, 3 more people there. Apologies. We'll upgrade that. Then who else is there? Everyone's fine there, everyone's fine there. I am out of money anyway, so who cares? Oh, let's bet one of these warrior monks here. Nay, stand there. Honestly, this is like barely...
Наказ наказом следует! Храбрейший, примите зрак висел! Бой не готове суд, наказы исполнены будут. Задницы! Надо повелевать сделано.
Пищак готовый, с радостью.
Ожидайте наказа, лучницы. Идите, лучницы!
Okay. We've got 2 things there. So that means we actually need to hold back here. You can actually go up here because you're not needed.
Приготовляй, слушаюсь. Ожидайте бойни.
Наказ, пищальника,
These guys are fine.
решите зело.
And then... Nay! Attack. Attack. Okay, I am rather low on oomph in these ones, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. All gonna go here, and they're all gonna get W's. I do actually want to just hold farther back though.
Держите копьеров.
Задницы готовят задницы. Напрежь, всем приготовленуются наказом ваш.
Копейщицы, приуготовляйтесь, поспешайте. Копья несут тяжелы. Ожидайте наказа, исполнено будет.
Оружие готово. Оружие
And these guys have stand ground on,
задницы к броне.
so that leaves them all fine. And you finish this, so you come back here. Who's next? Oh, we all turned off that. Right. We've got a lot to do now and not much time to do it. Don't really actually have good ranged options here. Ranged archers, upgrade these, upgrade them first. Upgrade them second.
With no word from their Lithuanian allies, the
That's
Mongols
what I was afraid
called in
of.
their own reinforcements to bolster their numbers on the fords. If Ivan's forces could intercept and eliminate the detachment, the Rus would face less resistance on the fords.
I mean, I don't have anyone in place here. We'll send all of these, and then we'll send all of these. We'll basically trust the two, we'll trust the muskets to hold these, plus the 2 keeps.
Где тебя набрать?
Oh, perfect. That's not even that huge of an army.
Воины, иду куда велено есть.
Oh, can I get the horses from... Oh, Jesus. What are you doing up here?
Исполнены будут.
Wait, did I just lose all of my horses up here because they all fed?
Ожидайте наказа,
I
наши
totally did.
лучники.
Oh my goodness. That's bad.
Надо
Тихо, надобно есть отходить отсюда.
Люди, желание ваше есть.
Приказ снова есть. Наказ ясен мне есть.
Any damage I'm able to do is good damage, so I'm not too worried here. But anything I'm able to do here is good. What's this one doing? This one's not doing well. We'll fed after the last one. Come on, get closer. Get closer to us. There we go. That should leave us fine. Awesome. That's all those buildings gone. Oh, what are you all doing in here? De-garrison these guys.
слушайте наказы.
They're not helpful up here. I just need them to go line, stand ground.
Ожидайте, лучники, идем.
Воины ваши
Line.
Восстанете. Потрудитесь, помалу надобно.
Now stand ground. Okay. Now.
Задники признаны.
Ivan's men cut down the Mongol reinforcements, ensuring they could not bolster the enemy's numbers on the forts.
Now then. I need a bunch more spears. Right there. And I need a bunch more... Maybe we'll go for horses up here. Horse archers here. And crossbows. And then we W them all so that they're all actually show up. Brilliant.
Слушайте все. Сейчас наказы будут.
Build a university here just in case there's anything fun to be done there. And then otherwise we are all set. We are actually huge up on resources except for food. So we just need to buy some of that. Sell some of the things I don't need. Buy more food. Then look at upgrade there. Look at that upgrade. And I am out of gold now. Alright, that's fine.
Какие двигаются, яко наказывает. Все готовы есть к наступлению.
And then the monastery, where is it? That's that. Eh. That's another arsenal, isn't it? No. Where did I put my monastery? There you are. 1, 2. Sell more wood. Build me a second one.
Наказывайте. Готов.
If you can get over here,
Набрать.
then press W. One. And 2. Interesting. It's interesting to me that they say that the South Fort is the one I'm actually doing badly at.
Яко угодно вам будет.
Have them stand ground.
Приготовлять. Слушаю слово кое-что.
Пещерник ожидает наказа.
And there's that.
Пищать готова есть. Так вот. Копейщики. Надобно в путь идти, копейщики. Берите копья и напрячь по
Oh,
свору.
duh. That's you're all part of the same squad.
Ваши исполнены
That's what it
будут.
is.
Наказы судьи исполняются уже.
Actually, I want to back this whole squad up. I'm gonna back this whole formation up a bit, because
Приготовляйте пещерник. Лучники. Оружие готово. Оружие
that forces them to fight in range of these guys. which turns a thing that otherwise isn't that scary into an absolute slaughter. Perfect. Nay. Perfect. We did it. Okay. So Born Again Geek, we are actually... Oh. And XI403N, thanks for the first time chat. I do see you there. Welcome. So
Ivan's Rus army
the
stood strong at
we'll
the
get
Ubra
to you in a
crossings
moment.
and would not allow the horde to advance towards Moscow. The Lithuanian numbers that had been promised to the horde had not arrived. The Khan was forced to order a retreat. Ivan ordered his men to burn what remained of the Mongol camp and drive the enemy out of Muscovite territory.
Okay, destroy the Mongol encampment. That makes sense. Control 1. I need a lot of... Nah. I need a bunch of people here. I need to figure out how to do this. So, it is important to note that we are several centuries after Genghis Khan, which is not to say that there is not a sort of retreat after his death, or that you are incorrect in saying that. Just that there is a whole lot going on in between then and now that is very important. Hi there, folks. Just attack move this way, please. Because I care far more about these guys. Okay, now we attack this. And then we attack this. And then we will collectively start moving this way. Meanwhile, I also have a lot of people right now, so let's get you right back here. We're just going to go mostly these. And then mostly these, with a few of these, and then some of these, and then we're going to press W. Perfect. There's that. There's that. This press of W got all these guys who will stack up here. Sheesh. Go. Go, go, go. They're all so low. Look at this. They're all just gonna start dying in a... Turns out... unbelievably strong. Look at that. That was a lot. I mean, Pigeon, they have been pretty consistent about just like erasing the Kip trucks. They've been actually really really consistent about erasing
Through perseverance
Kipchak
and a mighty
allies
display of
on
force,
both sides of everything.
Ivan held the
Uh,
Dnieper River,
and then
blocking the
looking
Mongols
at
from
other,
reaching Moscow.
right, non-Muscovite Tartar
The
allies,
Rus had
Crimea,
finally cast aside the shackles
Bulgaria,
of the Golden Horde.
etc. They just, like, don't look at any of those, which is wild. That is absolutely wild thoughts to me, because why would you not look at it? But I understand that it's really hard to do that in Age of Empires mechanics. But they definitely, I think, could do more to showcase that, yeah, you have allies. Even if they just feed you resources so the player can do whatever you want, just maybe acknowledge that there are other people there. I don't know. That's complicated. I don't actually know how to do that well in Age of Empires, but it is definitely a problem. Because, yeah, you might have the Horde and Poland, Lithuania allied together here, and then against Muscovy, other groups in Tartaria, other Tartar peoples along the Black Sea, Kipchak people, I believe Bulgaria as well, right? Across the banks of the Ugra River, the Mongol army stared down the banks of Ivan III's formidable array of cannons and retreated. It was the final stand, a display of might that shook Muscovy free from its conquerors. Yeah, no, not wrong, but also not right. It's oversimplifying. As with so many times in this game, this is just an oversimplification, because it's not a single military event that leads to the Muscovite independence from a status as tribute state, right? It's a whole lot of things, including the ongoing fracturing of the post-Mongol statelets. Right, the Golden Horde has been severely weakened basically since Tamerlane, since Timur, a century previously, just obliterated a good chunk of the sort of Mongol principalities in Central Asia. And their fortunes haven't been going up since then. They're still, so it's already a relatively, right, very much a political entity in decline. Plus increased contact with Western Europe since Novgorod, and through Novgorod. It's not like Novgorod falls as an independent republic, and then all of a sudden, there is a Russian entity that is free from all ties to Western Europe. Trade continued apace. The Hanseatic League is still going strong, though it is starting to weaken at the turn of the 16th century. And you're getting a lot of cash through there, you're getting a lot of resources through there, you're getting a lot of contacts through there. So, it's not to say that cannons aren't important, but I think it's overstating how important cannon are. What is nice about this, though, about this entry, is that these cannons are not actually being used for sieges, as much as they are being used either against sieges or as field artillery. This is actually more akin to the tactics of the time. Sieges, while common and they do involve cannon, are easily countered by the statement of build bigger walls, which you could afford to do if you were able to cast big cannons. So it was just like a small arms race of bigger wall, bigger cannon, bigger wall, bigger cannon. Right, so they overstay it there. But what you do see a lot of is cannon being used as field artillery, because it's just area control. You don't want to be in this area, or else you will be kaput. And so that's actually where you mostly see them in the turn of the early modern period, is less in sieges and way more just sort of controlling flanks and making sure that people either can't advance or can't get a good position against your artillery. But then, yeah, onwards we go, I think. I think we've got a couple more here. I think there's like 2 more. So let's see what's going on. And once again, thank you for the correction. Right, the Republic of Novgorod is only semi-autonomous at best. Technically, either Vladimir or Muscovy was in charge.
Armed with guns, were too much for the Mongol army.
Those cannon.
When the Mongols realized reinforcements weren't coming,
See ya.
they retreated.
Early class for you? Oh, jeez. Well, good luck with the start of your semester.
Now Ivan III was free to pursue
We'll see you in
his
the VOD.
ambitions to expand Moscow even further.
Oh, good. They're acknowledging the ambitions. Empire. Hold up.
Despite the rapid rise of Moscow, it was still a vassal of the Mongol Empire. But after the stand at the Ugra River, Ivan III's ongoing refusal to pay tribute antagonized the Mongols. Yet, retribution never came.
I see that,
Cracks had
Nipek.
developed in the highest levels of Mongol rule, and the Golden Horde shattered into smaller khanates, beset by infighting.
It did that before
So
1483.
Moscow was left free to expand. Ivan III continued taking control of smaller Rus principalities by any means necessary. Some had been ruled for over 100 years by an historic enemy, Lithuania.
Okay,
Ivan
where are we
III
going
was
here?
determined to take them back. By 1500, he had turned Moscow into more than just a city or a state. It was an entity that he claimed represented all the Rus people. Ivan's successor, Vasily III, would fight to take back the lands from Lithuania that he believed belonged to Moscow.
God, I am too tired for this shit. Okay. Well, there was a redemption of a nitpick there. This one's obvious. My nitpick is that the title of that cinematic, Empire to Superpower, makes literally 0 sense. Now, this is not to say that one could not look at Ivan and Vasily's the third, Ivan's and Vasily's, actions as not imperialism, right? They absolutely fit a definition of imperialism. It is the, invention of a claimed right for the expansion and subjugation of other peoples and other political entities. It is an act of empire building. That being said, in the 15th century, Moscow is not an empire. In the 16th century, there's only a kind of vague claim to it being an empire, and that is not. It certainly is not more than a city or a state. It just be an expanding state engaging in acts of localized imperial subjugation for its claims towards greater control of the map. So, that's a whole lot. So yeah, when can we use the term state to describe Russia? Roundabouts, Peter the Great. I don't think you can use it to describe Russia before then. We're not that far off of that, to be clear. But right, we're only what, century and a half off, so that's not the worst it could be. But at the end of this, when we're going to be looking at the reign of Ivan the Terrible. We're still not looking at a state because that notion hasn't really been created yet. Right. The idea of the modern state tends to be assigned to the Treaty of Westphalia, which creates a lot of relatively clear-cut borders, but obviously even that doesn't actually result in what we think of as states with a strong centralized government that is enacting policy coherently across a large geographic area with internationally recognized borders. Additionally, KJ, I totally agree. Not sure I agree with the idea of taking Lithuanian territory as reclaiming Rus land. This is absolutely a claim that Ivan III could have used, but it is also quite helpfully some good old Soviet historiography creating the idea of Russia as inevitability, and definitely not just the invention of a claim on land used to justify warfare. Right? It's inventing a casus belli. If you played CK3, he's inventing a casus belli. Exactly, Pigeon. Russian-Lithuanian wars were frequent. They continue to be frequent. Even when they had to team up for a hot second to beat up Sweden, they continue to be frequent. This is just one battle more than a century of battles, and in fact more than 2 centuries of battles. Right, well into the 1600s, Poland, Lithuania, and Russia are spending their entire time skirmishing with each other. So, oh boy. Now certainly this is a victory for Vasily. Vasily? I'm not actually sure. Not actually sure how to pronounce that. I know I can do West Slavic more reliably, but I can do East Slavic. So, meh. Let's see what we're looking at here. In the Grand Duchy of Lithuania.
Grand Prince Vasily III dispatched his Rus army.
I just know that the way they're pronouncing it is wrong. They're putting the stress on the wrong syllable.
The fortress of Smolensk and expand Muscovy's influence.
Vasily?
The Rus needed a strong position.
It certainly is not Vasily.
Their assault on Smolensk.
Let's phrase it that way. Whatever. I am confident that I am doing a better job.
They would have use of its military buildings. They needed to choose carefully which village to take first.
Okay. Ooh, hello, Relic. So we've got, I don't know, 3 go up here. There's a river there. Well, I can't actually go that way. Alright. Fine. Okay. Love when I do that. Oh boy. Hooray! Okay. Come on. Crossbowman, do your thing. Hooray! I get more infantry for that.
The Rus took the first village, giving them a base from which to advance.
Perfect. I like this, because I can get a lot of really
The village of
cheap
Vyazma
ones.
had supported Smolensk with well-equipped infantrymen.
That gives me a lot of really cheap infantry there to work with, which is awesome. Gonna send one of you out to go
Прикажете.
to try and capture all these folks.
Копейщик готов есть.
Готовь, будете надо.
Hey, look, there's a boar over there.
Ладницы, смелее, ладницы, откажитесь от...
Трудитесь надо.
Что накажете?
I'm gonna mostly try and just kill these things. Bonk.
Сделано будет!
Трудитесь, надо.
Готово есть, потрудитесь!
Perfect. That gets me up to 65 there. What do I need for this? 100, 200, 500. Okay.
Бие готовы.
Does this actually go anywhere? What's over here? If I can get another boar, that would be huge.
Что накажете?
Give me
Туда уже
more.
направляйся.
Give me more animals to murder.
Сейчас начну делать.
Wait.
Куда
Is that rude to say?
направлено есть? Люблю зверя бить.
Что накажете?
Give me more animals.
На месте будем скоро.
No? Fine. Give me a hunting cabin here then.
Стройте сейчас.
Дайте сейчас начну делать.
You can give me another hunting cabin right here too.
Начинаю строить и сейчас.
Okay. So that gives me all these guys basically are done. More of them. Bunch more of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hooray. Good, there's another sheepy over there. And we are good.
Что накажете?
Oh good, and there's also 2 mines right there. So let's grab... Oh, interesting. The Golden Gate as a landmark. Alright.
Настроено есть.
3. Go kill this wolf. Awesome. You can go over here, see what else we've got.
Как прикажете.
Nay, nothing.
Туда уже направляйся.
Nothing. Alright, go gather
Да
these.
буду мясо тратить.
Иди трудницы надо внесу.
Nay. Okay. Good enough.
Время действий поведовый.
'Cause if I can clear out some of these, that's big boosts to my stuff. I see there's just so many wolves over here. That's great for me. Oh sweet, and this puts me in a nice back road in here, which is perfect.
Слушайте. Наказе нас Велесу.
Perfect.
Празднуйте. Напрячь, паскот. Готовы будете воины.
And I'm at 235 there, so that's tier 2. Generates gold way faster.
Идти надо на паскору. Таков
But
наказ есть.
these people are going to make a mining camp right in between these two.
Построю скоро.
Do that. Nay, oh crap. Can I undo that? Ugh,
Наказ слушайте надо.
that was not what I wanted to do.
Дайте мне работу.
Oh boy.
Куда направляться?
Слушайте все.
That's alright. I am good enough on wood for a while.
Трудитесь
We can
надо.
actually route a lot of people into making...
Что накажете? Начну копать. Сберу древеса.
We'll grab a couple more people there, send them back to this. Everyone else can keep working on stone and gold. Perfect. We can actually go 1, 2, there. And then the other thing I need is this squad.
Готово есть. Будете надо на войне. Тихо. Наказе новый суд. Повинуюсь. Идти надо на паскору. Таков наказ есть. Живу службы. Являйтесь наказы исполняющие.
There should be only one thing left there. Come on, 1, 2, 3. Two people, one guy. There we go.
The Rus advanced, taking a second village.
There we go. Gets me a bunch more people, gets me a
The
bunch more
village of
things there.
Yelnya had a long history of archery expertise.
Awesome. Cool, with all these extra people, we got 1, 2, 3 more there. That gives me a whole bunch of people working on that, whole bunch of people working on that. Squad 1 actually needs to go down here to this one. Squad 2 is actually in okay shape, so Squad 3 is going to immediately try and grab this. Then, since this is the farthest forward one, they're gonna grab this. They're gonna grab this, and then we're gonna work on this. If we can just get a couple of siege engines, maybe we just build it that back here. We can build that as our siege engine spot just outside the walls. Call it a day. Now, you need to go up here. You need to go up here. Let's get like 10 more people, I guess. We've got the resources. Right. Build me another hunting lodge in here. Where else am I looking for? Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. And we're good. Alright. Pigeon, thank you so much for everything you're helping out with. So, get good sleep. I appreciate you. Hello? Please give extra ohm. Hey, there we go. Didn't even have to bust the...
The Rus now controlled 3 outlying villages. The village of Roslavel was strong in the training of cavalrymen. Controlling the outlying villages gave the Rus army a wealth of resources, allowing them to begin planning their assault on Smolensk.
Perfect. Okay. So, what have we got here? A whole bunch more.
2 vital trade routes kept the fortress of Smolensk well supplied. So long as these routes remained active, the Lithuanians could launch counterattacks against Vasily's forces.
There we go. Smolensk is preparing to launch an attack. Eliminate traders. Traders are from way up there. Frustrating. But that's okay.
A Rus ally had stationed cannons in the village of Krasny. If the army could get to the village, they could add the cannons to their arsenal.
Oh crap, again with this. I need to stop doing that.
Что накажете?
Готовь, если потрудитесь, трудитесь надобно.
Куда направляться?
Где трудиться надо, лесу? Будете, трудитесь надобно. Начинаю строить и сеять, что накажете? Сберу древеса.
Okay, so that's all of these. Actually, everyone here should be okay at this. So, we actually have a ton of resources, so I'm going to build like 7 of them. 6 of them. They're just going to hang out here. I've already routed most everything in this town up, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And then up here, we have big pile of people, and then we can go crossbows, or we need to get that university up as soon as possible, as soon as we get this done.
Что накажете?
Okay, you guys all finished that.
Приуготовляйтесь,
So,
наказы слушайте.
we're actually going to drop an arsenal here, because I don't care about it. And then the other part here is I need to get 2 scouts. There we go. Huge.
Наказы слушайте, воины.
What's up here? The cannons.
Повинуюсь чести. Не млите, воины. Всем долг свой.
The Rus were unable to eliminate all the Lithuanian traders.
Yeah, no
The
G.
well-supplied fortress launched an attack.
Воины, восстань.
Копейщики, берите копья.
Who could have guessed that they would do such a thing?
Получим наказ сейчас. Наказы новые суть. Напрежь. Мыслите о части.
Okay, so this part is annoying. This is just some resource dumps. Cool. Should actually be okay fairly soon for them. This just curls down. Where does this go to?
Повиновение есть.
That's alright. 1 and 2. Okay, so that's give me a few people here. Do need to just go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Upgrade, upgrade. Then let's get some of these guys done whenever you're done building things. Okay, fair enough.
Латники на брань устремляются. Наказы слушайте, воины.
Oh hey, sorry. Leave. I need one person. Just one.
Приуготовляйтесь. Наказ новый дан есть.
I don't have a lot of cavalry routing here yet, so I do need to fix that ASAP.
Направляйте разум. Готовые смыки. Восстаньте.
So? Wait, what? Oh crap. Didn't think they'd attack down here. I need to get a wall across here ASAP.
Пустите меня на брань.
Luckily, I wouldn't exactly describe this as an inordinately challenging section attack. Ah, but they're already almost ready for the next one. Okay,
Наказы новые суть.
so
Удовольствуйтесь с вами сражайтесь.
if that, all these folks need to get up here.
Не бойтесь. Ожидаю наказов и славы. Наказывайте. Готов есть.
And then
Наказывайте.
I need to get what? 3 crossbows, 1, 2, 3. That station in there. As far as these guys go, cool. Grab one of these.
Есть сон, есть отдохновение.
Big fuck off stone wall right here.
Разведу все, яко приказ.
Perfect. That should protect this more than well enough.
Наказывайте, сделаю все.
Give me another one of those. Right there seems good. You're on your way, you're on your way. This whole squad, I guess I can just kind of throw out the walls, see what happens. That seems like a good call.
Внимаю словеси каждому.
Gib.
The Rus
Yep.
were nearing the village of Krasny, where Vasily's ally had stored a stockpile
Yep.
of cannons.
Hey.
However, Lithuanians had already captured the village and had it closely guarded.
Okay. This fight does not go well for me, but it maybe goes worse for the other guys. Actually, as a matter of fact, let's back off. Because we can just ram it. Right, we can just build like 4 rams here, and that'll be fine. Okay, you've gotten all of those. That's great. I need a spare person here. You guys can all do that. You need to build me a monastery. Oh, I'm age 4, I can't build a university. Okay, so no cannon for me. That's alright. Give me a siege engine workshop up here. You've got that wall basically done, so you can build a stone wall tower right there. And excuse me? What's happening? Why are they not building? Okay. Bizarre. How very weird of it. I do need actually to ungarrison these 3. And then see if they can get actually up there. If they can, that would be great. And if they can't, I actually want to build an archery range in each of these spots. Hey, they can. Look at that. This is a way bigger attack. Where's this villager? Nay. 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 I see, the villager died, didn't they? Ugh. Well, that went poorly. That's alright, it's going better for me than it is for them. Are these guys building? These guys are building. Great. Great. The important thing here is I can use these as sort of defense. Perfect. Hello? Zoom. Alright. So that gets me cannon, that'll be great. If it doesn't really get me cannon, that's also okay. Jesus. I see. So many things here. All these people are fine, they need to get up on the wall. And then you, I guess, can get a Spriggled emplacement. Okay. Oh, there's so many here. And my archer, I mean, my archers are good, but they're not that good. We're just making progress here, I think. Not really changing the course of things. Alright, that's bad. Good. And these guys can actually all go up here. So I prepared for that, so that's fine. I want to put a keep up here. Hello? Hello? Why are my archers not attacking that archer? Honestly. Okay. I need a villager here. That's doing nothing.
Готово служить. Ожидаем наказы.
I guess. No, I'm not gonna even worry about the gate there. I'm gonna just put a second tower, call it a day. Oh. Oops. Okay. So. That went fine. Except that everyone died. So we're just gonna go here. We're gonna grab one of these people. They're gonna build me a barracks right here. And then we're going to say that that's good enough, and we can go back to routing a whole bunch of forces into the Doom stack. Up there. Barracks, working on it. Perfect. Okay. We're just gonna build a few more of those. You are done with your thing, so I guess go back to making a farm. Cool. Build me 2 of those. Because I'm sure that'll be helpful. And then I don't need the siege crew training that bad. I do want that upgraded archery. And then I need people to build... I just need people to build other things up here, don't I? I want the barracks. Right here. And then actually we've got 3 scouts here. Let's explore. Wow, look at all this. 370. Okay. Cool, that gives me a flank route. Oh, that's huge. Inhabited by wolves. Well, and Stefan, I'm very glad that it's helpful. Right, the hope is that it's calm, and that you maybe learn something. And between those two, it ends up being very good. And we've got this here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't need to be too fancy about it. We're just gonna kill the pretty village. And now we've got that maxed out, which is awesome. Generate gold every 18 seconds is just such a big improvement. Oh, and there's more trade supplies up there too. Over this way. Okay, so there's that. Meanwhile, the people doing nothing up here, they don't care about you, don't care about you. Firstly, stable. Secondly, you and then you. You are going to build a keep up here. Oh. And then there's my guys versus your guys. Look at that, there's 3 more things up there. So many shiny things. Cool. So that gives me pretty good control up here. But not necessarily total control of this space. Okay, now. Battering ram.
Копье мое служит вам.
Battering ram.
Жажду крови.
Battering ram.
Готов есть к наказам и
Battering ram.
Направьте меня на
Battering ram.
копье мое. Повинуйся наказу.
5 of those should leave me in pretty good shape.
Позаратай, готовен, да. Як прикажете.
Oh hey, this is the trade route. Perfect. So we just have to get through this town, and then all of a sudden we're actually going to be in a huge, huge position to take out one of their caravans. Perfect. You're working on that, so you all need to defend. So go stand up there. These two then can actually go stand over here. Attack that. What? Oh, those are the traders. Okay.
Копейщики, будьте хор... Сделаю сии немедля.
Войны, брать делаю, яко наказ.
Okay. Let us see how these are progressing. Perfect. So with all of these, the goal is just to break this, basically. Come on. 1,
Задача выполнена.
2, 3, 4, and 5. All 5 of these. We're just going to attack straight here. Everyone here is just going to like push up with them. And then we'll get another attack in a moment, which is unlucky, but hopefully we can do something about that.
Идите по мне, воины хоробрые. Идите по мне.
I'm hoping I don't need to... I'm trying to avoid killing these two if I can. Because I don't know that the cannon will actually like being up here at all. Nay, what? Ungarrison. Oh good, no, we can destroy these. Perfect. Then these two can then go up and can put oh, I have the town. I have the town. Perfect. So with the town set up, I can actually go up here. And that gives me cannon. Perfect.
The Rus took hold of Krasny, adding a battery of cannons and a valuable research center to their forces.
Perfect. We did it. Aren't we so cool? Now, chat, what are you saying? Oh, we are actually at the turn of the 16th century right now. Which is wildly late. Just so we know. Just... I have a siege workshop here. I want 2 mangonels with this group. Because this is obviously the weakest position. 3. I want that stone wall to go straight across here. Should pretty well lock that in place. Alright, we do that. Great. You two are going to head up here. Oh, I have a monastery already. Perfect. Get me 2 of them. And then... I don't know.
Есть сон, есть вдохновение.
First things first, gate here. Ooh. Gate here.
Аще построено будет исправно. Орудие стрелка, направляйте разумно. Поспешите.
And a tower next to it.
Поспешествуйте. Доказывайте, сделаю все.
And that is not exactly stopped, but it's better. Okay, and then we have universities. So yeah, we are technically in the Imperial Age, so we have gunpowder, we just got a bunch of cannon, and now we're gonna go blow everyone to smithereens with them. What are my cannon? I've got 4 cannon there. Look at that. You, I guess, are gonna do stuff? I don't know. Don't really get the sense you've got a lot of stuff to do. Go build, like, a thing out here.
Блюду, аще построено, будь готова служить.
There's gonna be another food maker. Actually, with all this space up here, I want you to make a full suite of military buildings right in this corner.
Идти надобно.
Fabulous.
Поражайте смело, копейщик.
And then we're able to basically put everyone on top of this. All these crossbows sit on top of this, they're all fine. They're all crowded up there. And that defends the whole space. Perfect.
Наказывайте, сделаю все.
Будет
Oh boy, 14? What?
Есть сон,
Oh,
есть вдохновение.
y'all ran out of stuff up here. Okay. Well, another mining camp. Right here.
Блюду, аще построено, будет исправно.
And then who's next?
Оружие суть исправно. Ожидаем наказы. Повинуюсь наказу.
готово есть готово.
Готов есть к делу новому.
You are going to do the same thing. Come up here. Build me a... that.
Тебе надобно?
Часо
You're going to build me a stable.
Блюду, аще построено, будет исправно.
And then
Наказу нет,
2,
готово
3,
есть.
Часо
4.
накажете.
Okay. And then you build me a siege engine workshop.
Возведу
I've got a
всё,
university up here, don't I? You know, that's super definitely present university. And then that. And then that. And then that. Perfect. These guys are useless down here, so we'll send them up here. You're done there. We put a gate up there, and we go.
Аще построено, будет исправно.
I mean, Stefan, the other half of it is think about the number of bad ideas that cropped up in that time period.
Труд искусен есть.
Right? There were a lot of things that came up, that showed up there, yes. But there was a lot of inordinately bad ideas where people were figuring out what the heck they were trying to do. And we shouldn't forget about the bad ideas, just because the good ones also exist. Because, oh boy, there were some doozies. There are some absolute doozies of some interesting plans. Crossbows, get up here. Nay, nay, nay. Honestly. All the crossbows want to get up there, and then they all want to shoot people. And then the mangonels, if they can attack, should attack. Okay, awesome. Now these two villagers are doing nothing, so I'm going to send them over here to build a tower on this side. Honestly, these guys are then just going to run up and break this. 'Cause losing that wall would be annoying. So, there we go.
Наказывайте, сделаю все.
Готов.
Not nearby, not nearby, not nearby, not nearby.
Наказывайте, сделаю всё.
Okay. Neat. I don't even know what to do up here. Maybe we'll just drop one of these. For lack of a better thing to do, while we're building up the military forces up here... Oh, I built 2. I built 2
Сон, есть вдохновение.
Give me an archery range, please. I want gunpowder. You two are on your way. Amazing. Perfect. And then they'll repair that. These guys will be all set, and we off we go. Oh, see you, Sesostris. School stuff is kind of important. Voila. We got that, we got that. They've got another attack incoming, but that's fine. You're just gonna repair this on the way. And then... we are actually all set to take control of the space. Here, I think. Because this is the trade route. So that should leave us all set to just go, hey,
Несть сон, несть отдохновение.
guess what?
Блюду,
Mine.
проще построено, будь ты справна.
And then everyone here can push up to this.
Наказ ваш исполнен будет.
All these guys can push up.
Сейчас!
Oh,
Наказ желания
Well, that's
наше
fair.
есть закон. Начну сие немедля.
Приготовляйте оружие. Поспешите, воины. Жалость несть. Ватники готовы к вину. Готовы мы действовать.
I should have guessed that there were people defending that. Fine. My answer is 6 muskets. Also, archery range. I want muskets. I want a lot of them. I want as many muskets as I can afford to get. Which is a lot right now because I've been hoarding resources. Oh. Hello? Hey.
Готовы есть к делу.
Okay, I need to build more things here.
Оружие готово к браке. Оказывайте.
Bunch of horses, bunch of them. Hey look, that's actually turned out into an almost even battle. Wild. How is that almost even?
Ватники готовы.
How did that turn out? How did I win that? Sorry? How did I win that?
Будет ли меня приказ? Возведу все.
Try that again, eh?
Воины, слушаю слово Коинжда.
Oh, a compliment. Okay, I need something that I like right now.
Слушайте, воины, наказы новые.
The Rus destroyed the Lithuanian supply caravan,
So,
beginning the
something
process of starving out Smolensk.
Something I do
If
actually
the
like
Rus
right
could
now.
stop all the supplies, they would ensure the army within Smolensk remained weak and unable to send out attacks.
Is how they're doing the difficulty right now, because it is definitely possible for them to easily make this either much too much harder or much too much easier, and they're walking that fine line quite well right now. So big props on them on showing just how many moving parts there are to one of these expeditions in a way that is actually a nice thing to do. Now,
Наше дело прав. Ватники, держите.
everyone here, great.
Пещерник ожидает.
Like everything here can move up basically.
Наказы новые. Наказы исполнены будут.
And then you are going to start working. Oh, I don't have enough stuff for the keep. Do I have a market up here? Buy stone, please. Thank you. So you are going to start working on another keep. And we're just going to put the keep up here. That completely bullies. Completely bullies the area. Perfect. So there's that. Up here we need to explore more, figure out what the pathing looks like.
Немедля скачу на брешь. Позаратай. Наказ есть, двигайтесь.
Hey look, there's some people up there. I've got a couple of mangonels. I don't have some good siege engines up here. 2 cannon to solve that problem.
Готовы. Наказы судьи исполняются.
Awesome. There's a bunch there. I'm short so many people up here. Let's just drop a bunch of people. Oh, I'm going to fill up my... Sorry. I'm going to run out of people real quick. I've got to just push up. Apparently I've got plenty, I just don't know where they are. Because I am at 193 out of 200. You know, these people haven't been attacked ever, so, Head up this way. Maybe I can at least get that traction trip. No, those 2 cannon up? If I can get those 2 cannon done, that'd be pretty great.
Ожидаю наказов и... Не млите, воины! Воины, восстанете! Наказ дан есть!
And wrecked. Also, rip in peace my capacity for everybody. That's alright.
Vasily's men cut off the western trade route, tightening their grip on Smolensk.
Okay, with this squad here, we are actually all set.
Новый тихо! Приказы новые будут. Воины, приказ надрез, воины! Следуйте за пушками!
Because we're just going to push up and we're actually going to take this out first.
Ожидаем наказы.
The other half of this is build a stone wall tower right there. And now, collectively, should actually be in okay shape.
Новый напрячь пускону, что уничтожите прикажете. Двигается я...
Get that cannon through, and then we attack. I'm not gonna... yeah.
Слушайте, дядя!
И наказы для орудия.
Наказ новый есть, воины!
Fine. Everyone should attack.
Наказано идти!
Oh crap. Yep, everyone should run away.
Орудие наказы
Everyone should run away.
что уничтожите прикажете.
Now.
Отправляйте меня на брать. Приготовляйте. Поспешите, воины. Жалость несть. Повинуюсь наказу.
Are they going to attack here? That seemed weird.
Лучники к наказам следуют.
Why would you do that?
Какие
Please attack that.
наказы для орудия суть? Сделать лучники конные.
Are they just attacking here?
Лучники конные. Наступают.
No, they're just being dumb.
Лучники конные. Напрежь поскору. Лучники конные. Наступают. Сделано будет.
Противный обретен есть!
Какие наказы для орудия суть?
And cannon. Watch this cannon fire. Cannon fire on the flank just rolls them. Mangonel fire on the archers just rolls them. Okay. Well, that let me build up a bunch of these folks, who then need to all move up. Meanwhile, I can send a bunch of these folks to just attack that spot.
Что надо до дела делайте. Воины, надо до дела делайте.
Matter of fact, a big chunk of these guys can just kind of attack move. Perfect. These guys are all almost done. And then I've got another fortification there. Perfect. Give, please. Give, please. That's just gold, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, gold or food. Yep. Honestly. What's with all these guys? That's alright. You can attack the wall from wherever you feel like, because you're fine. And then just kind of big attack moves.
Исполнено будет.
Just look at that.
Сделано будет. Что уничтожите прикажете.
Can you actually hit that?
Не устану.
Or are you going to be dumb?
Каменем надо.
You're not going to route in such a way that you're actually going to be able to hit, are you?
Сделано будет.
What does it take?
Наказы исполнены.
How close do I need you to be? There we go.
Тихо. Приказы новые.
And 2.
Час.
I don't even care. As long as I get a squad here to defend this.
Какие наказы для орудия суть?
Boom.
Смерть есть ворогу.
And now back here, we've got a handful of people again. We're going to reinforce. And then you're doing your thing. Wonderful. As soon as these are down, we're going to attack, move in, wipe them. We are also getting close to where we'll actually wrap up for today, right? We've got to finish. We've got this one, and I think we've got one more, right? Well, the scouts are dead. And that guy wipes, and we are done. Cool, let's just finish this archery range. And then we can immediately move up here, using a couple of spare villagers, who we've got right there, and a market. Where have we got a market? We've got a market up here. Buy more stone. There we go. Now, we grab those spare villagers that we had. We're going to drop another castle, literally right here. And then that controls both of these spaces and chokes them out. Perfect. Just like this. Awesome. Look at that territory control. So good. Okay, so that takes that takes that. Then we can just move in on both walls. I've got the 4 cannon here, so I can actually use to attack here. Honestly, the whole thing can just kind of start moving. The whole group can kind of start moving up. Beautiful. 1, 2. And let's make sure I don't have anyone else just kind of vibing. Nope, you're good, you're good. I do have some people vibing over here. Goodbye. Awesome. That's building, that's working on it. Cool. Got all those squads on the way in. And we are all set. Cool. So this is just unnecessarily slow. But that's alright. Look at these stone walls, just get wrecked. Just look at how these stone walls get completely rolled. They're the most absolute basic of things. Perfect. That should set that up for success. That should set that up for success. These are completely wiped. Holy shit. Did not notice that. Goodbye. Accidental objective.
With the thunder of Rus' firepower, and the force of overwhelming numbers, the army had breached the mighty walls of Smolensk. All that remained was to eliminate the Lithuanian army in the city itself.
Oh boy. As usual. Honestly, what even is the point of trying to use siege engines when they're just dumb? And they refuse to do any of the things I could hope they do. Oh boy. That's a backup. Backup, backup, backup. I need them to back up into the cannon. I need them to back up into the cannon. They're not going to back up into the cannon. Boo. Really? I wouldn't be mad if they couldn't navigate bridges well if they could navigate literally anything. If two people walking in a row was not enough to confuse that, I would not be mad. Okay. So. Girl, the problem is I can't set up any sort of or set up any sort of position here. Because it's kind of just, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. And I have no way to get them in range. I love this warrior monk. I love everything about him. Okay. You're gonna just stand right next to it. And you're gonna move in very slightly. And you're gonna move in very slightly. And you're gonna move in very slightly. Until we bait the whole squad. And then they'll run into my cannon. And then they'll run into my cannon. Right? Ah, they got trebuchets. It's fine, I've got muskets, but... and cannon. Okay. So, this is fine. This is all fine. Watch this, we're gonna build this. And then you're gonna build this. And then together we'll be good. Did I lose my cannon? No, my cannon are fine. Right, I've got so many muskets. I forgot about that, that these were all muskets. Okay. Come on, break the damn thing. Oh. Alright. We're just gonna have to walk into this and pray it's fine. Do I have a villager over here? Do I have any villagers over here? No. Do have more of these guys though. Okay. Well, that bait worked. We're gonna bait more. We're gonna bait more people. Watch this. Ah, boo. Oh, that's alright. There we go, there we go. All my muskets died here. So, do you need some of these villagers?
Внемлите!
I'll
Ожидайте
build an
наказа.
archery range up here.
Стройте наново.
Alright, good night. We'll figure. Yeah, we've got another one after this. Are the game mechanics clunky? They might be. I also might just be very bad at video games. Both options are about equally probable. Certainly the controls do not always route the way I think they should, and things get shoved around. What you want to make of that is up to you. I do need to make a siege engine workshop up here. Because, well, I can bust this wall up pretty quick. Gotta say, not loving some of this. There we go. There we go. I think we've managed. Sort of. Sort of. The cannon is going to attack. Everything else is going to sit still. Now, I need a siege engine workshop right here. I need a barracks right next to it. Okay, so what can I actually do here? My spears can stand right in a line. Stand in a line literally right next to it. And hopefully that's a bait, because it's inside of the arrow range. It is! Look at that go! Hey, stand ground. Your job is to just die. Your job is to die. Your job is to kill. Your job is to also kill. Yeah, look at that bait. Look at that big bait. Ah. Problem. Giant ass trebuchet. Don't have a way to clear that ground. So maybe we'll just run these guys in. And see how it works. See who's over here actually still. Because there's not a lot. That's the thing, there actually isn't a lot of oomph left. So if we just like were to try and bully them. That's the thing, I'm so close to done. Hello? Oh god, that's the cannon. Get those cannon. Get those cannon down. Come on, get it down. There we go. Progress. As soon as I can bust this, I'm all set. It's just that they take so long. And I'm bad. Right, my actions per minute are so low. But it actually doesn't matter. Right, this is mostly just me being bad, because my actions per minute are low. Now, you can attack that. Good, and that should be all of that. There's another squad right there, but that's alright. You're building that, you're building more. Build me the fast things. Whatever is fast, I want it. Hello? Why are you not attacking the one thing I want you to attack? And that's it. Alright. Look, no one said I was good at military. Hey, look at that. I, was so failing at capturing this wall, the entire other group did it. Micro is hard.
With the capture of the mighty fortress of Smolensk, Grand Prince
That's why I play
Vasily
on easy
III
though, because
had
I don't actually care
in
about being good at the
retaking
game.
ancestral
I
lands
care
of the
about being
Rus.
good enough to understand what it's doing.
Muscovy's rise to dominance was gathering pace.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that's wild. Okay, it's doing a weird... I just noticed it's doing something really weird with this. Every battle is this big climactic turning point in which, after this, Russia has become something different. And then it says that in the final thing, right, it's gathering pace. This is a step that way. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, in 1498, at the Cathedral of the Assumption, one of the most grandiose spectacles of the age took place. The coronation of Ivan III's grandson Dmitry Ivanovich as Grand Prince of Moscow and heir to Ivan's title of Grand Prince of all Rus. The building was adorned with gleaming cupola domes. It boasted an innovative blend of traditional and Renaissance architecture, and inside an imposing wall of richly painted religious icons loomed over the congregation. The lavishness of the ceremony was designed by Ivan III's ministers to establish beyond doubt Moscow's place as the center of Rus power. Dmitry, the grandson, eventually lost his place as heir to his uncle Vasily, and would spend the rest of his days in prison. Nevertheless, Ivan continued to use elaborate ceremony and ornate monuments to celebrate Moscow's ascendancy. This legacy of power and spectacle would earn him the posthumous moniker of Ivan the Great. Well, you love it. I love these coronations, right?
In the west,
I wish they dug into
Ivan
it more.
IV
I wish they were able to do it more.
and took up the eastern expansion plans of his ancestors.
Now,
The Tatar Khanate of Kazan lay just
Yeah.
across the border,
Tataria.
but the Tartars had resisted many Rus sieges in the past. In his final attempt to capture the Tartar lands, Ivan would deploy bold new strategies.
Alright, let's see what they're doing here. The Siege of Kazan, 1552. I think this is far and away the latest scenario in the game. There's very few things that enter the 16th century in Age of Empires 4. I think this is... Actually, this is the only scenario in the 16th century. So, we are far and away looking well into the early modern period where things are looking noticeably different. Not that different, but enough. Right, because you're able to hire mercenaries far more professionally and far more regularly than you could in previous, in the preceding centuries, though obviously they're still important.
For years,
And
the Tartar fortress of Kazan
gunpowder is
had
finally good
defied
enough
Muscovy's growing
that,
power.
it's making a
Now
significant
Ivan IV
difference.
aimed to extinguish the weakening
Let's see.
Khanate and claim this new territory.
Are we going to talk about why
as
it's
his own.
weakening? Are we going to talk about why it's weakening?
To take the city,
No. No, we're
Ivan
not.
had to strike at the heart
All
of
right.
the fortress
Let's do this.
and take out the Khan's personal guard.
Let's see if we can not suck at doing this for a change.
But first, the Rus needed a stronghold from which to support their imminent siege.
Come on. Hello? Gunpowder reload speed. Fascinating. Ivan the Terrible has, is named... Perfect. Nailed it. Ivan the Terrible buff gives reload speed to people. Now, where are we? We're gonna wipe this place. Okay, sounds good. I can do that. God. Let's go. Oh, we may as well press W. That's absolutely lethal. Holy good lord. Okay, so this is clearly where I'm supposed to build up. What are we looking at here? Burn that. Raise these. I love that these 16th century settlements are all girls, by the way. I love that they're all girls. Just the dumbest possible setup for a 16th century settlement. But we gotta go for it anyway. Okay, hello? Everyone attack it, please. Neat. Are you just gonna fade to black now?
Taking the Tartar settlement, the Rus had secured a location for their stronghold.
Oh no, we've got more people.
Ivan had prepared resources to rapidly construct a base
Boats!
on the Volga River.
We've got
And
boats!
his navy now delivered these.
Huzzah! Okay. Thank you.
Будет для меня приказ?
I need me a town. Nope, that's a market. I need me a town center. Give me it right there.
Где надобно?
В седле, пришпорьте коней.
Actually, I want you to join them.
Иду куда наказ. Ждите наказ, скачу прямо.
I want to explore a bit. See what I can do with any of this.
Месть, сон, месть, отдохновение. Готовы есть к делу новому.
Next up, I need an economy building, which we're gonna drop right over here, I guess.
Готовы. А еще построено будет исправно.
Give me another villager. We need houses. Lots of houses. We build houses down here.
Часу накажете.
I need another hunting camp to get some gold generation. Right there
Возведу
looks
всё,
good.
яко прикажете.
I need me a barracks up there.
Возведу все, яко приказ.
Готово
I
служить.
need an archery range also up there.
Возведу всё, я
I
наказывайте, сделаю
need
всё.
a stable. We can do that right here, I guess.
Блюду,
I
Доказывайте,
need
сделаю
a mining camp here for the gold.
всё. Строите надо.
Perfect. I need
Доказывайте,
a
сделаю всё.
lumber camp.
Ем
We'll
дело
put it
своё.
up here. That looks good.
Дальше построено будет Готов есть к делу новому.
I need a fortification for some sightlines up here.
наказывайте, сделаю всё.
I need another house.
Строите надо.
Есть сон, есть
I need a
отдохновение.
blacksmith.
Строите надо.
Готово служить.
I need people to start gathering, or I need a hunting cabin out here, even though that's not ideal.
Блюду, а еще построено
Because
будет
then we're just going
исправно.
to like
the
drop
Muscovites
drop
established a
farms around it.
settlement.
Месть,
Now
сон,
Ivan
месть,
would need to defend it, while building up a siege force with which to breach Kazan's walls.
I need a farm. I need another farm. I love the start of this, by the way. This is actually looking really good because this is the first time we're starting from
Блюду,
effectively zero.
Доказывайте, сделаю всё.
Right? This is the first time we actually have something akin to no resources. We're starting off just at the highest possible level for
довольно есть.
let's see. Upgrade you.
Доволен есть.
Upgrade you, I guess. Hey look, I wasn't paying attention and then I got attacked. Hello? Hello? Wait, why are these guys so bulky? Ugh, I suppose it's because they're veterans. Alright.
Пищать заряжено есть.
And these guys are elites? Yeah, that's why. Alright. Well, that makes some sense, I guess. Give me a scout. I need to be scouting too. My macro is still bad.
Сон, есть отдохновение.
I want to mark it. I can
Ivan's
do that
army
down here.
pushed across the Volga. They could expect stiff Tartar resistance.
Oh yeah. Well, that was a mistake. Neat. Alright. There's 3 of you. Go stand in here for defenses. Cool. Looks like this whole island is fairly safe. We'll find out for sure fairly soon. But
Хочу набрать!
if it's all relatively safe, then we'll actually be able quite quickly to settle in, get ourselves established.
Часу накажете?
Just need way more houses.
Возведу все, якобы. Готова служить.
A
Вем дело свое.
lot of houses of those down here.
Строите надобно.
Rows of houses.
Часу накажете.
Give me...
Иду, куда велено есть.
Lord, give me better micro.
Ладно, несть сон, несть отдохновение. По лёду, а еще построено будет исправно.
Three, two, one, and boom.
Возведу все, якобы.
Служите готовы.
Okay, that should finally put me in like able to build more units at range.
Двигаюсь, куда велено есть. Отправляюсь немедля.
Which will help. So, how did you get past? How did you get past here? I see.
Тихо, лучники! Унемлите, лучники! Приходят на место!
Destroy the camp at the western fort to stop attacks. Makes sense.
Двигайтесь.
I need to get up to... I need to get up to the 200 there as quick as I can, because that's important for my improvements.
Послушать, если слышите.
Shoutouts to wasteful hunting practices. And...
Наказ разумех.
that's a bore. I can't take that on right now.
Иду, куда велено.
That'll be 250, 270. Yeah, that doesn't matter. But that's not nearly high enough to be important.
Немедля скачу.
Anything else over here? No.
Иду, куда велено есть.
Okay. So, I do need to make more houses here.
Люди готовы, суть, и ждут дела.
And I'm actually able to build anything. I want a monastery here.
Иду, все, якобы. Наказывайте, сделаю все. Следую, куда наказано есть.
Часу накажете? В лесу люб. Будет для меня приказ.
3.
Готовы есть
And-
делу новому.
Give me more houses.
Строите надобно.
Give me more houses. Residential district. Or something.
Каков наказ есть?
Suppose I can just kill a bunch of these, slowly make progress towards that.
Немедля скачу напрямик.
Oh, we got incoming. God, they're so scary. Holy shit. They continue to be terrifying.
Патники напрямик! Не бойтесь!
Okay. So, who else is around? What else can I do? Don't have any resources for that. Don't have any upgrades for that. Okay, I do just need, right now, more villagers. Like 3 more working on this.
Часу наказ. Отправляюсь немедля.
Once I have a guy with who can pick up relics, I can pick up that relic over there.
Часу накажете.
You, I guess, I'm gonna build a wall across here, I suppose. That seems defensively wise.
Люду, а что построено будет исправно.
Ah, shit.
Получим наказ сейчас. Апрель! Оружие готово есть!
Наказывайте, сделаю все.
More houses.
Строите на часу накажете.
More houses.
Возведу все, якобы приказ.
Okay, you're building that up, which is great. You're doing nothing, which is bad. Can I do anything there? No. God, I'm nowhere close. Not even a little bit close enough.
Латники готовы. Обрать латники. Сражайтесь.
to do what I would hope for. That's alright. Let's build another stone wall across here. It's defensively pretty good. Right, because unless they're suddenly using boats, something they have not used to date, I am none too worried about their ability for me to survive. That's bad. That is very bad. The attacks are coming in too fast.
Будет для меня приказ?
Наказывай. Покорен желание. Запомни.
Oh, shit.
Люди, ночное сияние неба. Не сяду, донька.
Латники слушают наказ.
Honestly, please. Give me anything? Where is my scout? Is my scout dead?
Противный обретен есть! Ожидайте наказа наши
Okay,
лучники! Лучники, идем, козел не молотим!
so I'm gonna send you to go finish these,
По лёду, аще
and then you are almost done with this, which is great.
Сон, несть
Let's you work on this, which will protect me quite nicely. Okay, we are good. Yeah, ooh, my name is you. I just sorry, I was not looking at chat for a bit, and I should have been, because you have good comments. Right. It is so uncritical with everything it does that it ends up being interesting. I think you're right to point that out, and I think that's a super interesting thing to notice.
Приуготовляйтесь! Берите копья и напрежь поскору!
несть сон, несть отдохновение.
Okay, so this does use up the rest of my resources basically on that. So I do need to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do 5 there, I think.
Готовы, если дело новое. Возведу все, як прикажете.
Наше дело правое.
Okay, so there's that. I want to get this up to 300 as soon as I can, if possible.
Повинуюсь, непрекословно. Латники, держите ряды. Напрежь латники.
That was a lot of wood. So where do I have another boar? I have another boar over here.
Набрать. Латники славные.
'Cause if I can just hunt down the animals, then that suddenly leaves me in very good condition.
Готовы служить.
Perfect, that lets these guys get up on top of the wall. And then attack. Right? Hello? Hello? Honestly. Okay. What do I have a lot of? I've got a lot of everything, basically. I've got a market there, so I can just buy. Perfect. Because I do want a second tower on this.
Блюду, аще построено будет.
That also will let me put a second tower on this.
Блюду, аще построено будет исправно.
And then upgrade. I'm out of gold again, aren't I? Don't have a ton of any resources, do I? That's alright. I can drop 5 up on the wall there. Call that good. Meanwhile, you guys can actually ungarrison.
Войны восстанете. Восстанете. Отрекните. Придите с честью, мужи смели.
And I've got to locate more things here. Where's my scouts? My scouts should join them. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the jump from the Mongol campaign is probably the extreme example. And you are right, a few other people pointed that out, but that I also did not fully process. But there still is something really good going on with this, with that idea, that is absolutely worth digging into, because...
Слушайте наказ, лучники. Лучники, идем, носи не волочим.
As it turns out, it is actually a really good shout.
Часу накажете?
And we get that there,
Идти надобно.
and then there's that. Sweet. These guys are all fine. Whatever.
Не бойтесь.
Okay, I just need to start building things, don't I? I don't have a siege engine workshop.
Наказывайте, сделаю. Ожидаем наказы.
No, I've got something resembling population. Not a ton of it though.
Наказывайте.
Drop that off there. I want to get this up. I'm gonna sell food until I can get that up. Great. Because that is just... It's spending resources to get resources. It's a good call.
Наказ исполнен. Напряжь, мыслите о части.
And then the other hope here is that we can get more things to get the rest of this... Oh, crap.
Честь в повиновении есть. Наказ дан есть. Немедленно наказ исполнен.
Yeah,
Напряжь, мыслите о части.
Good thing I found this early.
Не бойтесь.
Каков надвигаюсь и куда велено есть.
Oh. You are... Drop the carcass.
Слушаюсь.
I don't care about your carcass.
Доставлю, наказ ясен есть.
There we go.
Наказ повинуюсь с честью.
Is this a sneaky way? Is this an undefended sneaky? Oh, it sure is.
Напряжь, не бойтесь.
Oh, I love that.
Честь в повиновении есть.
Big fan.
Несть сон, несть отдохновение.
Watch this.
Разумеется.
This is dumb, but we're gonna do it anyway, because I don't lose anything if I lose. I lose a villager.
Готовы есть к делу
Okay,
новому?
so. I need a university. Because the university is...
Строить надобно. Несть сон, несть отдохновение. Возведу всех
University
готово, есть к
is
делу
gunpowder,
новому.
gunpowder is cannon. Overall, just like generally a good thing. Let's hit like half you on this side. But then otherwise, who else is doing stuff? I do need a siege engine workshop. Don't think I've got one of those right now. And then I need just... Oh, I need chemistry for the cannon. Duh. We're working towards it. Okay, now. Watch this. You?
Будет для меня приказ.
I'm gonna build a nice chunk of stone wall.
Блюду, аще построено, будьте справны.
Right across here.
Возведу всё,
Nice and
есть приказ.
defensively. Boom.
Строите надобно.
Right. Build that. And then we're gonna set up...
Ожидайте наказа, песчаники!
all across here. Oh good, saving game. You love it. Anyway... Oh, apologies. As we build this up, we're gonna just like drop military buildings in here. And then I can actually mount, just like build up a force, mount a surprise attack right out here. Without sacrificing any of my build up in here. So, that seems like it sets up my macro pretty good. Then again, the macro's never been the problem, has it? Okay, university is done. First things first, chemistry. Then... maximum what? What do you mean maximum population capacity myth? Run that one by me again. that. Okay, it's just bugged. Gotcha. As long as it is just bugged, I am not worried. Ugh. And I am once again not generating things nearly fast enough.
Часо накажете.
Add 390 to that, so only 100 more, only 10 more. 11 more deer shall perish for my
Блюду, а еще построить.
for the purposes of my something or other. Okay, well this seems to just be a nice little loop. That's lovely.
Готово служить.
Uh,
Возведу все, яко
Build the
прикажете.
rest of these, and off we go. Are they just standing still? You know, maybe we just go like Spriggled. Maybe we just get the Spriggles on these. They aren't going to be long-term important, so...
Наказывайте, сделаю все. Строить.
Hey, there's a house. Or there's a boar. That helps us out a lot. Anytime we can get a boar kill,
Воины ваши готовы на брань идти.
that's going to be beneficial for us. As dangerous as boars are, that's 5 deer we don't have to kill.
Наказы ваши исполнены будут.
Awesome, so those are all done. You're working on those. Amazing.
Воины ожидает ты победа и
And then I just need a bunch of these, like, houses.
Часо накажете. Строите.
Alright, I'm gonna drop another hunting lodge. Right in... there.
Возведу все, яко прикажете.
Hey look, there's another relic.
Воины ожидает ты победа
Do I have a
и слава.
dude around? Or do I have one of those guys present?
Повинуешься.
Right there.
Исполню наказ. Воины
Warrior monks, that's their name. I definitely didn't space on the name, chat.
восстанете. Потрудитесь помалу надобно.
Wouldn't be me.
Поразите ворога.
Okay, but then these all seem to be all set, so...
Наказ готов. Покоряемся.
you can just drop that off in there again.
Есть закон мне. Будете надобно.
You'll attack that. 490, I need to find one more deer and kill it.
Наказы
And I don't need to worry about hunting anymore, apart from these hunting lodges.
будете надобно. Воины
Наказывайте, сделаю все.
Because as it turns out,
А еще
готовы есть мы действовать.
actually going to be fun. Okay, so that's that. We're going to move that up there. Actually, I want to gather for people up here, not up there.
Воины. Наказ отдохновения.
I do want like 2 more of them. Boom, boom. Archery range should have gunpowder. Oh, we'll do this first, I guess. Gunpowder, gunpowder, gunpowder. You've built up all of this. You're gonna drop, put a gate in. Put a gate in here,
строите надобно.
and then my scout is gonna go scouting.
Служите готов.
Okay, we seem to be in really good position. Except I do want to kill one more deer. Perfect. That should be all I need for that, so that's huge. What's my income there? Plus 500 a minute. Okay, that's awesome. I'm now suddenly totally fine on my production rate.
Будет для меня приказ. Блюду, а еще построено будет исправно.
Sweet, reduce construction time. Or, let's see, I do need to just get
Несть сон, несть
another archery range here.
Возведу все, яко прикажете.
And then you got that, so let's drop it. I'm just gonna like buy some stone. There we go. We're actually gonna drop our first keep outside of here.
Блюду, а Блестяще построено, будь ты справна.
And then once that's built up, we're going to be able to amass some forces underneath it.
Буду радовать
And
еще с вами
then
сражайтесь, отец.
have a surprise sneaky attack. Alright. So, what else do I need? I need horses. 190. Yeah, let's do a bunch of these.
Воины ваши готовы. Будете надобно, воины. Приуготов на коней, братья. Готовы, если мы действовать.
Wow, look at this.
Потрудитесь, а помалу надобно.
Hi, let's back up, back up, back up, back up. I'm baiting people in. I'm baiting them in.
Останете. Потрудитесь, а помалу надобно. Исполнишь сие немедля.
Good, this is just murderous. Watch this. God, this is gonna be so funny. They have so many battering rams, holy moly. So my walls will go pop real fast, if I'm not careful. But if I am careful and lucky, then I'm gonna maul them. I'm not sure I'm either of those things, but I'm not either of those things, you know? Okay. Okay. Well, that was exciting.
Часо накажет.
I need another one of these up here.
Приду все, я приказ.
And then here, we're going can. Bunch of muskets up on the wall.
Оружие готово к брани. Оказывайте.
And that's that. Sweet. And that's built up, so we get this here.
Строите надобно.
Actually, we should mostly do stables, I think.
Строите надобно.
Right, we'll just do a bunch of horsemen, we'll roll them. That'll be fun. And then get a bunch of these, because I apparently can't afford to make them not that. What can I sell? Sell a bunch of stuff there. Soon as they finish building that, we can do some upgrades on things.
Троты сквозь
Elite
есть.
horsemen, hooray. And off we go. Also, I have a siege workshop, don't I? Where did I put that? One there. Hooray.
Что накажете?
And then here, we're going to just build a bunch of horsemen, because they're cheap. And that leaves me in good spot on everything. You're gonna drop a cannon on that,
Да будет
and
как
then
я приказ.
I'm actually gonna drop another siege workshop
Возьму
right here.
всё, яко прикажете.
Perfect.
Готовы, Есмите. Исполнишь сие немедля.
Oh, right. Forgot about the gate being locked. I actually want to use horse archers for this. I got a bunch of them. They're actually not that strong, but they're good at messing with people. Right, do I have an arsenal yet? I feel like I don't have an arsenal yet.
Несть сон, несть отдохновение. Вем дело свое.
Лучники конные! Наказ двигайтесь! Лучники конные!
And there we go.
Лучники конные! Наступаем!
Does the university have a give plus armor plus whatever?
Ожидайте наказ!
Лучник сделан!
It's got these horse archers doing their thing. Horse archers doing horse archer things with a cannon on back. Powerful. Okay. Arsenal. First thing. I want to increase that. Awesome. Sweet. Move up. Move up. Everyone here actually can move up. I think that's broken the first layer. I don't have nearly enough resources. Ignore that for the cannon. Awesome. You are all fine. So, there's that. Cool. What else is next? Reload speed, ranged damage. Those are all pretty good. Not really what I want though. Right, I want the fun things. The ones that change the way things play. Got a big squad of folks over here, which is great. Except you shouldn't be there. You should be doing... Oh no. Have an archer range. Sweet. This is doing its thing, and I'm not too worried. Okay. Well then, this squad can add these, and then... Still don't have enough something. I don't have any wood. Really? I don't have anyone working on wood. Okay. Lumber kind of back here. And then all these guys ran out of things, so we're actually going to switch them over to lumber working. Perfect. That's going a lot better. Okay. Oh good, there's actually not really no things to speak of here, so just one traction trebuchet would absolutely maul this. Or a cannon. I can only afford one cannon though. The trebuchet is absolutely the better investment. Need a 600th. Come on. I believe. There we go. 2 there. I guess I can build... Oh no, I don't have any wood. I still don't have enough wood. Honestly, how? Well, that's alright. Let's... While we're waiting for those to build up, let's do a raid. Out this way. And see what we run into. Potentially not a whole lot. There may be nothing here. But if it's just area I can control, that still is useful. Let's see. Yeah, that's just wall.
Ivan's men were finally in sight of Kazan's walls.
That's a
It was
sneaky.
here previous sieges had failed, but Ivan swore this time would be different.
That is such a sneaky. Let's put a siege engine workshop in the shadow of this. Because I can just build a couple cannon here. Sneak in the back way. So that's my traction trebuchet? Perfect. Hey, need you to still do that. Alright, let's back up ahead. Perfect. There we go. Reload speed of gunpowder. Even though there's only like 3 gunpowder in here. Hey, carefully. Holy sh... Holy smokes. They don't love that carefully word, do they? That's alright, we do win. We do win these. And that's that. Perfect. Western military camp, check. And everyone can kind of group up down... All my resources can kind of just pour into down here. 1 cannon, 2 cannon. Watch this. You can use that stone, that's fine. And then I can reduce the cost of musketeers by a lot by just selling some, sell a bit of food. Sell a lot of food, honestly. Take that, get rid of that, and then horse archers, and then muskets. Perfect. Alright, so that's all that done, which is awesome. So now everything and everyone can move down. Just gonna move them all the way over there. Actually gonna move all these guys there at the same time, and we'll be all set. Perfect. Because that gives me 2 cannon and 2 trebuchet, and then we'll just maul these guys from the southern outpost. And these guys may nominally get harder, but I'm not actually too worried because I got a lot of archers up there. Sweet. Okie dokie, we've got... Well, we want to finish the make them cheap first. Because then I can just have a bunch of them. And if my whole army is them, I don't actually mind that. It's probably bad of me to not mind that, but we're gonna not mind that. Well, the whole squad out here is on their way. Slowly. We'll just, like, absolutely dunk on this from this right here. Right, we can just... We've got a totally free spot right there. That's nominally a lot of things, but meh. Go get like 1 hit in. Come on. 1 more thing, I believe. Good, and then they'll all die on the way out, and then that's that. Just for safety, I should grab 1, 2, 3. Like 3 people, maybe 4 up on those walls. We got the 3 cannon there. We got a whole bunch of them already. You almost got to make them... Perfect. You've got those all done. And then what am I missing? I'm missing gold. Right. Cool. That makes them... cool. Super cheap food-wise. And then there's this squad, there's this squad. Perfect. Honestly, let's just like start moving. Really, I thought half the point was that attacks would stop from here. I legit thought that was like half of the reason why we did this whole thing. That's alright. Goodbye. I should be pretty well done here. Because... as long as I don't do something dumb here, like overextend my cannon and watch them fail to route in a way that is remotely useful. Honestly. What? No! Honestly. I want another cannon. I want these guys to go up here. Muskets. Okay. Muskets are going to be one. They're my core. Actually, let's group them with these guys. They're all one. Because there isn't such a thing as, like, a difference. Oh, do I not have any healers? I don't have a monastery down here. Can I get a monastery down here? Thank you.
The force of the Muscovite war machine broke through Kazan's mighty outer wall. But the city had a backup defense. A second inner wall stood between Ivan and the Khan's personal guard.
Yeah. Hey, look. Is this that most special of things? Oh, that was all the defenses. Alright, goodbye. And, goodbye. Cool. So there's that. And are any of these archers going to do anything? No? Cool. Hello? 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 Anyone? No? Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. And goodbye. Pinpoint accuracy. Okay. Now. 1. Move up to there. All these guys, and all these guys. And all these guys, and Ivan are control 2. All my siege is group 3. So infantry, cavalry, and siege. And then these guys are going to, like... Make these guys head down? Thank you. Alright, group 1. Alright, group 1, I see you. Be bold. I believe in you. Okay. So many people. I just want to get everyone healed up briefly, and then we will steamroll them. It's not going to be close, which will be very funny. Honestly, I think I've like got enough people here that I'm not even gonna worry about this. These guys are just gonna do their thing. I guess I can get a couple of sprinkles? Oh no. Those seem fun. And a bunch of these because they're cheap. And like 3 more of them, why not? Since we're healing, we should be producing. Should also do something with these, except I don't actually care. You know?
Возведу все несть, сон, несть, отдохновение. Стройте, наказывайте, сделаю все.
Perfect.
Покоряйся воем.
You, I guess, are going to go build a mining camp here.
Блюду, а все построено
All
будет
right.
исправно.
So that should get the healing pretty well under control.
Готовляйтесь, братья. Исполню наказ ваш.
Healing under control, healing under control. Perfect. So 3.
Готовы к брани.
Часо накажете?
Let's see. What's all these people are on their way, so that's great. You know, this is bothering me, so let's fix it. Thank you.
Народы свойства
Now.
есть.
These guys are all on their way. You just finished making, right? Yes. Perfect.
Монахи суть на брань, братья.
Shift 3, shift you, shift 2, shift you, control 2. Cavalry.
Воины вас и
1, shift you, you, control 1. Perfect. And then 3, shift you, control 3. Well, 1,
наказ повинуюсь непрекословен.
3 needs to stay way behind, because they can't do anything properly.
Немедленно наказ исполнен.
Alright, there's 1. And 3 just needs to move in here, spread out. Back move this way. One. You all need to move over here. And then 3 can attack move up here. Two needs to decide who's important and decide that it's, please for the love of God, don't be the buildings. I swear. Well, no. These guys don't. You don't. It's just the cannon. Actually, the cannon can attack up there. And then attack over here. Damn it, no. No, 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 no. Damn, damn.
Избирайте время для напряг. Толкайте орудия.
Hey, look at that.
Kazan's inner wall crumbled before Ivan's forces. Within the inner city, the Khan's guard awaited.
And now we just have to kill one more guy. Hey, look at that. Look at that silver tray. Saving, and please stop micro. I know micro is hard, but you have to be actively horrible at it. Oh. Briggles, just like walk up this way. Mangonel can do that too. Awesome. If the cannon can go attack up here. These guys can attack up here. Ah. Honestly, Ivan. Not even all that sensible. Great, and the cannon just fed, so that's exciting. I mean, even one cannon is enough, but that's not really the point of it, you know? Come on, break this damn thing. Thank you.
With a mighty war cry, the Khan's elite guards set upon Ivan's forces.
Okay, I do need to regroup here. I can hold this corner pretty easily. So I just need to hold this while I build more people. Nay! Honestly. Try to stand ground. One, two. I need 2 more cannon. Come up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Up here. And more muskets. A lot more muskets. Up here. See if we can be at least a little bit aggressive here. Oh, and Monastery. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up here. Who's attacking me? Do you have the ability to attack me? Oh, you're a town center. Of course you do. Anyway, yeah, so here's the thing. They are, the buildings would primarily be made of stone, but this is a case where they are using the Mongol set. Right, they use the Mongol skin for the Kazan Khanate. And as a result, they very much have to. They don't get a choice in the matter. They absolutely have to use tents, because that's what the asset is. Of course it's inaccurate. And it's inaccurate in ways that are meaningful. Right. There's inaccurate in ways that are not necessarily meaningful, and then there's accurate in ways that are meaningful. That's definitely the latter. But I'm not gonna say that this is like the worst decision anyone could have ever made. Just abysmal. 0 out of 10. Press W. Turn off stand ground. Ivan is down, which is annoying. Don't do that. Alright, everyone back up. My cannon are dead. Well, we made progress. We made progress. We got more people on their way, and those people will collectively become progress. We'll just add to more people on their way. Awesome. There's not many people left. It's just that I can't quite take out these these cannons easily.
Приказ снова есть. Готовы будьте. Братья мои! Повинуюсь с честью.
Interesting. But yes, in this we'd see almost certainly mostly
Всем долг свой. Напрямую, не бойтесь.
there's only like 6 people left. I got down to the last 6. Well, that's annoying. That's alright. But yeah, right, we get a step redoubt there. So yeah, right. Clearly we're running into issues with this.
Ivan and the Rus overwhelmed
It's
the Khan's
pretty
guard
much,
and seized the
look,
city of
it's
Kazan.
pretty much,
For the first time, Muscovy
a
began to
focus
push its borders eastwards,
on
setting its ambitions on claiming
like
ever more
early
distant territory
13th century
for the
Mongol
Russian
aesthetics
Empire.
for the Mongol group. And then we're in the 16th century, they are not steppe nomads, right? They are not nomadic pastoralists in the Kazan Khaganate or the Kazan Khanate in the 16th century. They're sedentary, it's a fortified settlement. So they kind of have to just roll with it and accept the limitations of the game. I wish they would have made them Rus, honestly. I wish they would have just used the Rus faction and maybe just given them Mongolai. I'm sure there's a way to hardcode that where, you know, you want them to be Mongol, okay, give them Mongolai instead of horse archers. I don't know. But it's implausible to suggest that only the Khan's guard would have gunpowder in 1552. But that's where we're at because the game knows gunpowder is overpowered and they have to keep it pretty limited. Anyway, Ivan the Terrible. Ivan IV's victory over the Kazan Khanate marked the beginnings of Russian expansion across Asia. To commemorate this great battle, Ivan commissioned the construction of the most elaborate monument the world had yet seen, St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow. But as Ivan campaigned farther and farther beyond his own domain, the cost of maintaining his spending was passed to the Rus people. Crippling taxation soon bred discontent in the provinces. Certain that rebellion was festering, Ivan dispatched his fearsome private police to hunt down his political opponents, and convinced of their treachery, he also ordered the arrest or murder of any relatives who might one day challenge his own son's right to the throne. A generation later, Muscovy was left with no viable heirs. The centuries-long dynasty that began with Daniel of Moscow had come to a calamitous end. Unlucky. Very unlucky. Now let's look at these musketeers. The Streltsy.
Streltsy is the Russian word for shooters. And from the late 15th century, the armies of Moscow had included regular troops.
Look at that.
Armed with an arquebus, a standard firearm in all European armies at the time.
This is an arquebus. It's an early type of musket. To load it, you put a charge of black powder down the barrel. The ammunition is a lead ball.
A paper wad seals the charge.
Then both ball and wad are rammed home tight.
Hooray. And then they have an
Shoot the
actual
gun.
fuse.
Priming powder is placed in the pan.
The priming is lit by a match. Now, a match was originally a length of cord soaked in saltpeter,
Hooray.
so that it burns slowly but continuously, and even in poor weather.
When lit, this sends a flame through a small hole at the base of the barrel, which lights the main charge.
And is a incredibly dangerous.
One of the great advantages of the arquebus was that the ammunition was inexpensive and easy to make.
Hooray.
Molten lead was poured into a special mold. It cooled to a solid state in seconds, making it possible for vast quantities of lead balls to be produced. They were finished by trimming off the excess lead, which was known as a sprue.
Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom.
Streltsy received regular payment of both money and bread, and they lived with their families in purpose-built settlements called slobody.
Oof, that Russian pronunciation.
Streltsy were a new type of army, ordinary troops recruited from tradespeople and farm workers.
An early arquebus had an extremely heavy barrel.
To shoot it with accuracy, the gun had to be steadied, and Streltsy had a unique solution.
This is a type of axe called a bardiche, and for the Streltsy, it doubled as a gun rest.
Arquebus men were usually vulnerable to cavalry.
Even with experience, reloading takes time. And cavalry covers ground very speedily. Once you've shot,
True.
your position becomes perilous very, very quickly. However, with the scything power of a bardiche, a Streltsy has at least the chance to withstand the cavalry onslaught. It took a brave cavalryman to ride into a hail of bullets, but an even braver one to face the horror of these axes.
Over time, Moscow's armies recruited more and more men armed with guns. Inexpensive troops who changed the way war was waged.
Well, no, sort of. Yes, sort of, also no. You love the overstatement, don't you? I am not a military historian. I make no pretense to being an expert in the development of the early modern military, but certainly there is a development simultaneous with the introduction of gunpowder that trends towards more and more professionalized armies. That instead of military service being ad hoc like it is in the Middle Ages, where you have contracts that say, hey, you'll work for the king for like 40 days out of the year, and that's it. And that's it. But I would not necessarily say that it is a result of gunpowder that we see this move towards professionalized armies. What is true is that the cost of equipping armies just goes down, but I don't know, I like emphasizing the continuity rather than the change, because I think that ends up being more interesting long term, though certainly the pike and shot lines of the 17th century are a marked difference from militaries of even the 16th or much less the 15th centuries. So, you know, I'll take it, though I would nitpick and say it's a little bit overblown there. Anyway, what's the conclusion here?
Ivan IV
Look at how pretty that town
had
is.
broken through the walls of the ancient city of Kazan, and his army flooded the streets. They hunted down its defenders and their allies, and brutally sacked the city.
Shocking.
Kazan had fallen to the unstoppable military might and strategic innovation of the Muscovite war machine.
Look how good that church is. I love it.
In the years that followed, Ivan IV waged war after war to bring vast new territories under Moscow's rule.
Alright, fair enough.
By 1547, he had declared himself the first Tsar of all Russia,
And that is true.
and his never-ending fight for territory set the course for those who ruled after him.
Also fair enough. Now, what's the lesson we're going to take away from all this?
Moscow was no longer a small fort on the banks of the Moskva River. It had survived centuries of Mongol oppression and wars with its neighbors.
Ah, that was the take.
Its evolution from fort to city to state and to empire
Alright,
would continue.
alright.
Moscow's rise transformed Russia into one of the world's greatest superpowers.
Did they just... Did they just imply that the Soviet Union is the result of events in the 15th century? Stefan, there's a reason I facepalmed when they said oppression. Certainly the tax burden was variably heavy under the Mongols, and resistance or refusal to pay Mongol taxes resulted in your city getting burned to the ground. Is that oppression? It's not oppression, but it's not quite, definitely has a different flavor than, what it implies, because, definitely has the vibe of, once again, right, these rulers are improper and are imposing ridiculous burdens, and it is right and proper and necessary that the Rus should have revolted and formed a resistant state. That's not true. That part of it's just not true. I know, there's a big old squint in that. So that was a squint, and then the implication that Ivan the Terrible is a necessary and straight line to the Soviet Union and the rise of and the positioning of Russia as a global hegemon. Also a big old thonk. Now, certainly, Russia is a major player on the world stage in the early modern period, particularly in its resistances to you know, Charles of Sweden, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and its control and the Ottoman Empire. But, right, Russia had that small problem of no war water ports. And so, you know, was a bit behind the empire building and had to expand it into Siberia as a result. So, a lot of its efforts are working in interesting counter directions that are in no way, shape, or form an inevitable lead up to the formation of the Soviet Union. It's a vast overstatement, right? And that sums up this one pretty well, actually. Let's swap over here, and let's think. Let's have a little bit of a think, shall we? Because my sense is that, well, one, the game rarely says something actually wrong. Something factually wrong, though it does happen. Yes, get your notes out, chat. Remember, if you're a subscriber, you have a notes. Look at how cute they are. You want those notes? I know you do. Also, I don't know that I have this emote wall up. Let's add the emote wall here on this side. Because that sounds fun. I want to see your emotes. I want to see your notes. Perfect. You should see your notes now. Okay. What was the case of something where they just completely biffed it? Oh yeah. Actually, no, I'm going to put that in the second one. The game often implies something that is very wrong. That King John is alive at the 1216 siege of Dover. Literally changed the chronology. Perfect. Step 3. Game is bad at showing things that aren't, like, very traditional monocultural milhist. Monocultural masculine Milhest. Do not fight unless if your name is Joan of Arc. Right. Rip. Nicola. Rip. Eleanor. Rip. Murpha? They mention women with surprising regularity. But they don't ever actually let you play as them. Still salty about that. Don't know why they're doing that. So, way at the beginning, a question was asked, is this game better history than AoE2? Chat, I want to get your guys' takes. We're going to start up a poll here. E-game is better at history. AoE2, AoE4. Couple minutes, get going. It's a poll. Which one is it? Chat, make sure you get your votes. If you're lurking, get your votes in. Which one is a better history game? AoE2 or AoE4? We've seen a decent amount of both on the stream in the past years. So... and everyone knows Age of Empires 2. So... I will tell you, this is an answer in my mind that comes to you in two parts. Because I am a historian, and we do nothing except answer questions in far too many words. Chat, there's way more of you around. We only have 2 votes. Let's get those in. Because right now you're at a dead split, and I think that's super interesting. No lurking right now. We need your votes. Because right now we're going to end up at a dead heat, which is super wild. And also, I think, potentially the correct answer. Let's see. 1 and 2. AoE2 isn't pretending to be 100% accurate. We may need to elaborate on that. Well, looks like official results are in, and official results say chat has no fucking clue. Official results are 2 votes for Age of Empires 2 and 2 votes for Age of Empires 4, which means you are no help, chat. So, when you split this into mechanic and campaign, mechanics, AoE4 is a massive improvement. Firstly, the landmark system is better. They mess with core progression to communicate something about each culture, which is good. And then suppose they how to say this, because a lot of the things are the same. They don't mess around with... I actually like that they just don't mess around with, like, the names of things, mostly. I I know that's controversial, but they do. I prefer that to the alternative. But that's alright. I think those two, are the ones that put it above. Campaign. Should say AoE4 there. I like AoE2 more. I think the big benefit of this, right, when we're comparing the documentary campaigns of Age of Empires 4 to the storytelling of AoE2, is that AoE2 is telling continuous stories that are more tightly focused. And AoE2 allows itself to lampshade its subjectivity. So, right, oftentimes in Age of Empires 2 campaign, there is a character in the story that is telling you the events of the game while you play them, right? So, for the Jean of Arc one, it's someone who was in Joan's army, is helping. For, the Dracula one, the Vladimir Tepish one, it's someone who knew him is telling you this story. Same with Attila the Hun. Attila the Hun is a monk who was attacked, who met Attila, and saw his complexities. Right, so the structure of that campaign highlights their subjectivity. And lastly, AoE2 has more diverse objectives. Not a lot, but a little bit. And that lets them do more things. Oh, also, we'll kind of highlight this in both narrator and script. Right, the individuals in the game actually are allowed to talk in Age of Empires 2. And that gives them more flavor and lets them give you information in different ways, which is pretty cool. So, AoE4 suffers from the limitations of documentaries, right? It's just, its documentary locks itself into certain styles of narration and certain styles of footage that just don't work well, that just don't create good history. They create ideas of things being exceptional and big major turning points and inevitable, very teleological arcs that just doesn't work well. Too broad, too hyperbolic, too Whiggish. So, I think that answers that one, right? As the moment-to-moment gameplay, Age of Empires 4 is a vast improvement, but on the overall arc of the campaign modes, I liked what Age of Empires 2 had going for it. I don't love what Age of Empires 4 does. This is not to say that Age of Empires 2 is good history. Quite often very far from it. But Age of Empires 2's structures enable it to tell better histories, even if it doesn't execute on those. Right. Oh. Lots of errors of omission. And there are plenty of factual errors here, but that's fine. So, I think that basically sums up the wrap-ups, right? Chat, does that make sense? Do you have any other big thoughts? Otherwise, it's late, so I think it's time we about call it a day. AoE2 doesn't pretend to be good history. AoE4 kinda does. That's a nice summation. Educational supplement material hype. Get nuanced enough for college credit. Look, and by the way, chat, let me be clear. I am actually very hyped for this educational content. Whenever it shows up, I am very here for it. Because this has not been tried before on this scale. Right? We have things like Discovery Tour being the first major forays into big game companies do education in-game. Age of Empires 4 is taking a very different approach, and I'll be really curious to see how it pays off. And I'm hoping to get some colleagues, people I know on when those launch in order to both do content stuff and form stuff to see how that works as educational material. I know I've got some people I want to reach out to, so we're definitely coming back to the game then. Yeah. So, anyway, we're going to wrap up here, I think, because we've been going on for quite long enough, and I haven't actually properly eaten dinner, which is bad. So, if you enjoyed this, make sure you do consider joining the Discord if you're watching the VOD. Links are in the description below on YouTube, or you should have chat replays on Twitch. Additionally, if you are not yet, do consider following. We are only 4 followers away from 2,000, which would be an amazing milestone to hit before the end of the month. And we've got a lot of cool stuff coming up, so you should look into doing that. Also, if you want to support us, you can either subscribe here on Twitch, which if you have a Twitch Prime sub, will cost you nothing every month. Or you can consider supporting me on Patreon, which launched at the start of the year. We've got 3 different tiers to let you get your support in at whatever level you prefer, whether that's $2, $10, or $25 a month. Your support is greatly appreciated because it lets me keep investing in this project, get better animations, better stream quality, better equipment, more games, more fun stuff. So it all goes back into the channel, so your support would be greatly appreciated. Next stream is going to be Tuesday. We'll be starting the 2022 round of Historians versus New World. So if you were enjoying that interview series and all of the joys around that, Ren Fair, I hope you'll join me for that. Our guest will be Tess Watterson, a PhD candidate at the University of Adelaide who specializes in medievalism and is one of my dear friends. Has helped out a lot with a couple of projects of mine. So I'm super excited for that. We're going to have a bunch of guests here in the first part of the year. Weekly series for that. So get hype, and I will see you all then for more of Amazon's nonsense. Otherwise, we'll be playing God of War on Friday. Luca will be back on for that. And next week, 1 week from today, we'll be premiering our first patron requested game, which will be Lego Indiana Jones. So we'll be doing that for a month. And there will be lots to talk about because turns out Indiana Jones has a lot of questionable archaeology, questionable ethics committees, and generally questionable influence on our imagination of the field. So, I hope you all will all join. Thanks to the people who are currently on Patreon, and I will catch you all on the next stream. Alright? Have a good night, everyone.